How's it going, everybody? It's ya boy, Yamsy Boy, and we are here for day 5 of Trails of Cold Steel 2. Last thing that happened is our base camp was raided by Shirley and Duvali. Shirley, a newly anointed member of Ouroboros, now an enforcer, which is terrifying. But we managed to drive them off. They kind of got bored and left. And then Laura, Fee, and Elliot showed up to help us check out Ouroboros' activities around the area of St. Arc. I don't know if we're going to be directly dealing with Shirley or Duvali, but it's quite possible. And so now, that's where we're going, so let's do it. Oh, right. Yes? What is it, Fee? I wanted to talk to everyone about Submaster Quartz. Submaster Quartz? Is that... The Arcus 2's got another big function besides Brave Order. It's called Submaster Quartz. The short explanation is that you can borrow some of the power from a second Master Quartz, even if someone else is using it. Well, this sounds nice. I'm sure there's no way to break the game using this. Really? That seems incredibly useful. You don't get as much out of it as you do your main Master Quartz, though. Toval told me about it. I thought we should all try it together. Thanks, Fee. Sounds like they're pretty easy to set up, too. Let's get them sorted out before we leave. Looks like I can even set the Master Quartz the students are using. I can't let them come with me, but I can still borrow their strength. Hey, Zaka, how's it going, dude? Yeah, it pretty much speaks for itself. You can equip a second Master Quartz at reduced efficiency. Let's see. I wonder if it tells you how reduced the efficiency is. Like, the stats are certainly less. I can tell that for sure. But are the passive abilities, like, say, for example, restoring CP, is that still the same? Do you still get the full effect of that? Because that would be kind of nuts. Let's see. Break damage increased by up to 100%. Oh, you only get the top passive, but the top passive is its full effect. Okay. That's still pretty cool. Like, I could just put this on Reen and he'll break things a lot more easily. Or I could just put this on everybody and get a lot more Sepith. May as well go for the grind. However, Laura, I'm gonna go with Bridget. You know, CP and all that. Because she's the S-Break monster. Her, I'm gonna go with stronger counterattacks. And Elliot, let's see. He doesn't exactly have a whole lot in the way of attack spells right now. Do I have anything I can give him? Nothing that great. I still have kind of mostly poopy spells. So... he might be using crafts more often, so maybe he'd benefit from Kaleido. Let's just go with it for now. Oh, okay. You can only have one person sub to a quartz. Got it. You can't all stack the same sub quartz on everybody. Aw. I was ready to cheese shit. Fine, I guess. I guess you gotta limit the OP-ness somehow. It makes me a little sad that I can't change equipment. It makes me think that they're temporary, and that makes me a very sad potato. Because I don't want Laura to be temporary. But nothing I can do about it. Head to Saint Arc now? Question mark. Is there still stuff I can do? Like, can I leave? No, it'll take me straight to Saint Arc. Let me double check what I got. I got chapter 1 and 2. It says that Heartless Edgar chapter 3 is in Parm. And it also says after leaving the training camp. So I'm guessing that though this is going to take me to St. Arc, I'm going to be going to Parm sometime afterward. Otherwise this wouldn't really make any sense. Okay, so that should be good to go. Let's go. Been a while since I rode a horse with you like this. Yeah, you're right. Makes me feel a little nostalgic. Of the four of us, only Laura and I know how to ride horses. Which one should Fee and I get on? Either is fine. Go ahead and choose whichever you like best, Reem. In that case... Damn it. I can't choose the one person I want to choose to ride with. Sad. Why does Laura have to know how to ride a horse? Bye, Lecter.
Good luck.
Thanks.
You leaving already?
Who dat? Oh, hey, it's Ash. What you need?
Must be tough having to spend your whole morning running around the Empire.
Well, that's a government job for you. So, how's everything going on your end?
His end? Oh, is he another intelligence division person?
I can't say nothing yet. But
Great.
seems like a lot of stuff's starting to overlap.
Why are you doing the edgy anime pose? Is that supposed to mean something?
I see. Man, I sure am glad I recommended you here. Well, here's hoping you find a juicy clue or two before your field exercises are over.
Clue for what?
Keep walking, straw man.
Oh, Yuze was overlooking the whole thing, I guess.
It seems like several threads have become entangled.
Speaking of Yuze, what's your deal? You seem like you know a lot of stuff as well.
Also, the little game being played here in Sutherland has reached its second half.
Who are you? You're not talking like a student.
But what if I nudged things along a little?
I don't like the sound of that. Please stop. And before she's another Ouroboros member or something. Or hell, just the go-to. She's a crossfitter. Somehow. That suspicion worked without Emma, right? Oh my god, there's a Bracer Guild branch in St. Arc. Hey, Toval.
Sup, Breen? Been a while.
Toval! The localization team couldn't be bothered to pay me to read my line.
Yeah. Guess the last time was our little scouting session right before your graduation. Good to see you too. Sounds like you've got your hands full with the teaching gig, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. Also kind of hands full with dealing with Ouroboros on behalf of Osborne. Oh, and sorry for turning down your offer a third time.
Nah, ain't no biggie.
Seriously, Reem, just go be a bracer. Do it!
Besides, we got Fee last year, and she's more than enough of a catch. But hey, you ever change your mind, door's always open.
Change your mind, do it! Hey, nerd. Hey, Fontano, how's it going, my dude? I certainly never would have expected to see Fee as a bracer. Well, Sarah and Toval helped me out a lot. You really made it all come together. Oh, yeah. If you hadn't come up with the round of 7, Toval, we would have had a much more difficult time talking with each other. Round of 7. Wait, Toval made that up? Nah, don't go giving me too much credit. The Foundation developed it. I just suggested a little trick to get it going. So, Prince Oliver's got this artifact that lets him communicate across pretty much any distance. I just thought we could use that as a relay point for that little app to send messages through. An artifact? I'll, pretend I didn't hear that. I don't know much about the technical aspects involved, but still, that seems like quite the trick. Sleep is whack. Beach East 8 started East 9. Yeah, I saw the notification for you starting East 9 yesterday while I was editing, but you had already ended by the time I noticed it. That's okay, I was in the zone with editing. I was putting together my latest Bravely Default episode. And I'm now up to Trails of Cold Steel 1 Episode 4 on my YouTube channel. Feel free to check that out if you want some fun. Well, with an artifact like that, this is about the only way you can use it. Even then, it's amazing how we're able to use it to connect everyone in Class 7. Had the last couple of days off, so it was a lot of day and night shifts. That sounds rough, having to go back and forth between the two. I don't like the sound of that. I'm glad we have so many people helping us out. Toval, thanks again for everything. Don't sweat it. Does my heart good to help out a bunch of promising youngsters like yourselves? Anyhow, I heard the society came knocking. Oh, streams. Oh, okay. Gotcha. That sounds less miserable, yes. Yeah, for the first time in half a year. Limiting it to the Empire, it's the first time since the Civil War. And now Shirley's an enforcer. Hooray! They had a few types of archaisms, Duvalie of the Stallritter, and a new enforcer. Do you have any idea why they bring that kind of firepower here? The Guild's been focusing on dealing with the Society recently. But right now, we're completely in the dark about their plans. They seem to be showing up in a bunch of different spots, Jaeger Corps in tow. I see. Well, it's good to know the main Red Constellation squad isn't here. No, just one of their strongest members. Well, you can thank the Scarecrow for that. There's only one thing we can say about the Society for sure. They're trying to take back control of that plan of theirs. Oh, so that's what Vita was talking about. the Phantasmal Blaze plan, right? It was Ouroboros' true plan behind the Civil War, but in the end, he stole it away from them. Marine. Yes, because he's the only person so far that we've come across that's just as devious and potentially evil as the Ouroboros, Anguis, and Grandmaster themselves. Osborne's scary, dude. We've still got no idea what they're up to, but we can look to what they did in Liberl and Crossbell for clues. I'm sure there's got to be some pattern to their actions. All those archaisms they let loose were probably just more of their pawns. Seems likely. Question is, what's their plan bringing all those pawns here? Yeah, it didn't seem like they were trying to attack St. Ark or anything like that. If they did, the army would be all over them. True. Their skirmishes with the branch campus suggest they are testing the waters, so to speak. I believe they seek to determine the line between the government and the nobles' power, and how far they can push before the army gets involved. Yeah. Either way, our biggest hint right now is all those archaisms. Even for the ones from last night, how and where did they bring them all from? Good point. Could they have teleported them in from somewhere far away? That's some real sci-fi stuff right there. In a Trails game. No sci-fi stuff in Trails games. I don't know if the Society's technology is that advanced. Only other thing I can think of would be that Ark of theirs, but there are no signs of it being anywhere nearby. Perhaps they have some manner of base in the area? A location convenient for concealing archaisms. A base.
I like the way you think.
Who dat? Oh, hey Agate. What's going on, dude?
Hello?
Oh, it's you!
Ah, there he is.
Took you a while. Agate.
Had to take a little detour.
Agate Crossner. My dude.
Hey there, Mr. Ashen Chevalier. No, Reen Schwarzer. Didn't expect to run into you again like this.
Same here. When I met you on the first day of school, I figured you were no ordinary person. And sure enough, you turned out to be a bracer. Agate the Heavy Blade, an A-rank bracer from Liberl. He came over here to help us Erebonian bracers out. I figured you guys might have use for another pair of helping hands, so I called him in. Last you checked, Quando still refuses to believe that's the right pronunciation of agate. Well, it is! Sorry. It is surprising, though. My friend used to think it was agate for whatever reason, and the spelling looks like it says agate, but it's not. English is weird. A-rank? That's the same as Instructor Sarah. He's pretty good. He's one of the people who helped resolve the incident in Liberl. Ah, that crisis 4 years ago. I see. Damn, it's been 4 years already? I had heard of an A-rank bracer with a two-handed sword. I mean, to be fair, there's probably a number of those. It's a pleasure to meet you, Heavy Blade. Right back at you, Radiant Blade Master's daughter. Getting back on topic, I think the Society's got a base somewhere nearby, too. Schwarzer, I heard you were running around all over yesterday. You see anywhere it could have been? Well... not especially. It's true there were a few places that caught my attention, but none of them really had any decisive clues. Well, to be fair, Sutherland is pretty much one big patch of untouched nature. We'd get nowhere just searching around randomly. I see. Eternal Sonata had music puns, Tales of Hearts had stone references. That they did. So, were we to go in search of their base, we would still need some manner of clue. Yeah, maybe if we could get some new information and compare it to what we already know. Oh, hey, Reen. Do you think we'd be able to get any information from the Imperial Army? Major Michaels said that the Imperial Army wouldn't be active here. But with the society running around, I find it hard to believe they're doing nothing. Indeed. The Provincial Army is barely able to maintain public order on its own at the moment. I am unsure what the society could be planning, but I'm certain they mean to take advantage of this chance. Well, even if we can't work directly with the Imperial Army, maybe they can still help us out somehow. Should we go and ask? Dreknor Fortress is northeast of here. Hold on. What good's that gonna do? The military's not gonna give info to civilians just because they ask nicely. Not to mention, this is the Imperial Army we're talking about. They're just gonna tell us to take a hike. Well, I mean, we are doing what we're doing on orders from the Intelligence Division. I don't see why they wouldn't work with me. Nah, she might be onto something there. You see, the general in charge of Dreknor is the head of the 4th Armored Division, said to be the most powerful in the Imperial Army, Olaf Craig. What's he doing down here? He was at Guerrilla. Elliot's dad. Ah, that's right. Been half a year since I saw him. Well, me too, actually. We were planning to meet up once I was done here, so I'm pretty sure he's there at the fortress. Well, in that case, I'm certain he won't be lenient, but I agree it will be worth a try. Pretty impressive. Guess I should expect that from a class he put together. Alright then, I'll leave that to you guys. Oh, you're not gonna be in my party? What are you gonna do? I'll do some investigating on my end. I should be able to get some info from around the Liberlian border. Here, let me give you this. A memo? Well, no one is anymore. I mean, they were, after Guerrilla Fortress disappeared, they were still there. They were just at the proving grounds. New monster, okie doke. 2 new monsters, actually. Is this information about some monsters? Yeah, just a little something I gathered about a couple of wanted targets for you. They're on the way to the fortress, so keep an eye out. If you can manage it, might want to take them out while you're nearby. So that's why you were late. You're pretty thorough. Stuff like this is normal for a bracer. Anyway, good luck, Schwarzer. The rest of you too. Understood. Please be careful, Agate. Hey, this is a good chance. Maybe you should stop by the field exercise camp while you're here. I'm sure a certain someone would be happy to see you. Oh, do you mean... I talked to her earlier. She was even cuter than expected. Oh, time for everybody to start teasing and shipping them again. Jeez, leave me alone. I'll be in touch if I find anything. And he's out of there. Oh, he ran. I'm not quite sure what that last part was about, but... He's a little scary looking, but he seems like a nice person underneath it all. Yeah, I guess so. We should get going too, Toval. Yeah, good luck, guys. Be careful. Fee, Miss Laura, watch his back. Got it. But not you, Elliot. You just stand there. We can get to Dreknor Forest if we take the highway going northeast. Let's see if the wanted monster in our let's see to the wanted monster and our other errands and head over. Sounds good to me. There is a couple things to get before I go there. When your Bracer Guild branch is just an abandoned apartment. Feels bad. Alright, let's see. There's another Black Records, but that's going to be on the way. I had to go out of my way to Parm to get another Heartless Edgar. I can't go to Parm. I can't fast travel to Parm. Queen Kambanda is a bitch. Nobody home. I can't fast travel to Parm, but maybe I can walk there. It's supposed to be a book there, so I don't see why I wouldn't be able to. Am I even going the right way? Yes.
There! Finish this swiftly!
Whoops. Does my guide say anything about it? It just says important objects after leaving the training camp. So this is the first time I'm able to act after leaving. I can turbo run, and I can also fat finger the right trigger to throw out a flame slash and hit an off-screen monster. That can happen too. Seal, delay +5, big break. Alright.
Ready? Huh? Ha! You're done.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's just Bullet Cyclone.
Huh?
Oh, I think I'm misunderstanding you. Does the guy say anything about Queen Kambanda?
did it
Is
somehow.
that what you're asking? Yeah, probably. Yep. Of course, it's a quest monster.
All right, go!
Okay, I guess I can't go get it now. Don't know when I'm going to be able to go get it, but I clearly can't now. Okay, let's see. Let's have a look at the quest monster. Isthmia Great Forest. Where was that again? Ah. Man, it is so nice that I can just fast travel wherever the hell. This isn't Queen Kambanda, I'm pretty sure, but still. That is a very gross looking monster. I do not like it.
Pretty tough.
This one's strong. Be careful.
Weak. It's down.
Keep it up.
This one's
Let's
also
go.
bad? Well, we'll see. Let's see, range. He has 152 CP.
Ready? Huh? Ha! You're done.
I'm up. Get back! It's down!
An opening! Let's go!
Let's see, I get a free order. What do they do? Insight 2 turns. And 8 turns of half delay after actions. That's scary. 4 turns of damage plus 60%, also scary. 12 turns of 70% damage reduction and restores HP. Bro. That's crazy.
Burn, valiant heart! My turn. Yeah.
What are his crafts? Nocturne Bell, same as always. Blue Lullaby. Oh. So his stuff is all the same thing, pretty much. Although he doesn't have the defense buff craft anymore. That's a little sad. And his S craft is a healing one. Okay. Weak to fire, you say? Well, I think I can work with that.
Arcus, activate!
Well, that's a little
My
annoying.
turn!
Get broken.
Huh? Behold, the soul of our sage! Now! Ah! Radiant Phoenix Blade! No,
That wasn't
let's
so
continue
bad.
onward.
You made it sound a little scary, but... Dark hair for feet? Interesting. Alright, so there's a costume menu. No, sir. I don't like it. Oh, okay. Yeah, from what I can tell, pretty much the strategy for a lot of fights is break them as often as possible. And then once they're broken, unload on them as hard as you can. Alright, the other monster is on the Northern Highway Part 2.
There!
Damn it, stop fat fingering.
I passed by here with the students just yesterday.
Indeed.
Aw, you worried about them, Reen?
Let's do our
No,
best.
Baka.
Exterminating!
break was supposed to balance the game, but it made it so much easier to cheese. Yeah, it kind of feels that way. Although it kind of makes it feel like it's you either cheese them with break or you get cheesed in return.
It's my turn.
Because if you don't break them, then I notice I die really easily against a lot of things. That's true. Imagine if we had a break gauge. Yikes. I think I already went this way. Right? Probably.
Sit.
Well, oh yeah, this is where I went for that, like, first archaism thing. Where we ran into that very not suspicious person that bodied a friggin' pile of archaisms.
It looks scary.
Yeah,
Watch
Sekiro,
out.
you do both have poise gauge, basically. I haven't played Sekiro yet, but I've seen gameplay of it. Okay, so we got Dang Horns. That's a name.
Ready? Huh? Ha! You're done.
Instant breaks. Ooh, weak to water.
Arcus, activate.
It's my turn. Crimson Slash! It's down! Let's go, everyone!
Leave it to me!
Leave it to me!
They're dead. You did it.
We'll keep going for a brighter tomorrow!
They're super dead. Alright. It would appear the monsters are becoming more powerful. Huh? What in that fight made you think that, Laura? Let's be quick, but careful. What's that about, Rean? It just feels so nostalgic walking along the highway with you all again. Takes me back, you know? Me too. Can't believe it's been over a year since then. Agreed. Everyone's become so much stronger since then. You're one to talk about getting stronger. He's right. It seems like you've inherited the advanced techniques of the Arcade school. I have yet to master them completely, though. I'm guessing that comes in Cold Steel 4. In order to obtain true mastery, I must train yet more. I mustn't fall behind the Stahlritter, the unit Duvali mentioned last night. They're like that group St. Leanne led 250 years ago during the War of the Lions, right? The Eisenritter? Yes. When I departed, Father warned me to be wary of them. Although it seems there's something else at play here. All we can do for now is press on as best we're able. That's our Laura. I'm surprised to see you became a bracer, though, Fee. Bracers have it pretty rough in the Empire right now, after all. But I guess this is thanks to Instructor Sarah's influence, huh? Pretty much. That, and it was the best way to fulfill my goal. Zephyr. One of the most powerful Jaeger corps on the continent. Have you been able to find any leads? Unfortunately not. But I'll definitely catch up to them. At the very least, Zeno and Leo. I know you'll be able to do it. I heard from Toval you're the youngest person to ever reach the rank of Senior Bracer. Wait a minute, she should be 16 right about now. What about Estelle and Joshua? They did it at 16. Maybe she did it before turning 16. Further, that your achievements are matched only by a certain pair of young bracers from the borough. Oh, maybe I should have read the next sentence before doing a quip, lest the game own me instantly. I guess so. But on that topic, Elliot's been going at it with his music too. Not just that, but with the Orbital staff too. It's a miracle I found time to train during the tour. You just debuted and you're already getting popular, aren't you? Come to think of it, people started noticing you after you won that competition in Heimdall last year. You were still a student then, too. Oh, is that so? Nice work, Elliot. I'm still just starting out, though. I'm happy as long as I can show the power of music to as many people as possible during this tour. It just feels like the Empire has been going in a weird direction since the Northern War last year. Agreed. I could sense something amiss under the surface as I traveled around the country. The power of music. Crossbell's annexation at the beginning of last year, and Northumbria soon behind it. To be honest, it's almost a little frightening. And that's Osborne for you. Yeah. The worst part is, it's probably all going according to his plan. Rean, you... Sorry to bring things down. Don't worry about it. Anyway, we're halfway to Dreknor Forest now. Let's hurry. Understood. Why do I get the feeling Laura senses there's something more there? She's a little good at that. Okay. That's an interesting looking enemy.
Sit!
Oh, that's your friend?
Ready?
Mothro. Oh, I didn't know I was in Godzilla universe.
Crimson Slash! Now!
An opening!
Take this!
My turn.
Rip.
Ugh.
That's the opposite of how that's supposed to work.
Arcus, activate!
I'll handle this.
I'm up! Get back! It's down!
An opening!
My turn.
I'm trying to build up some CP, so I don't want to spend too much on crafts. But that makes them really hard to break.
Huh? Now!
Huh, that causes a nightmare now. Okay.
Please, hear my song!
Thanks!
Thanks.
Let's go! Da!
My turn.
Let's go!
My turn!
Oh, nice crit. I was trying to hand it to Laura, but
Is anyone
he had to go and
injured?
crit.
Let's go! Sing!
Take them down!
We're back, boys.
I'm up!
Yeah.
Laura is back in all of her glory and anger
I'll handle
issues.
It's off balance!
An opening!
Parrot!
My turn.
Huh?
An opening! Is
Nice.
that all? You must train more.
Wait, I think I missed something. There's supposed to be a chest here. Because there is. That sounds cursed. But how cursed? I must know. He just becomes Tio. It looks weird. I don't like it.
Now's our chance.
Crimson Slash!
Most of the color palettes are
Got it.
questionable.
Sha. Yeah.
It doesn't help that they didn't introduce
go.
it until the third game, at which point
My
I've already
turn.
spent 2 games getting used to how everybody looks. So I just end up not using any of the new colors because it just looks wrong. Because it is wrong.
Arcus, activate.
It's my turn! Crimson Slash!
Got it.
My turn!
There.
There's some DLC you got before that's rainbow hair for several characters. I think I've seen a screenshot of Reen's
I did it
rainbow hair,
somehow.
and yikes. No, thank you. I'm good without that. Just makes everybody look like a Twitch streamer.
There!
Take them down!
That has some range.
Let's go. Yeah. Now. All right, let's do this.
Yeah.
Leave it to
Leave
me!
it to me!
Sha.
My god.
My turn.
Burst is a little, well, let's just say it lives up to its name.
Let's go.
It's mine.
It deals a massive amount of damage and also just breaks everything.
I'm up!
Got it.
Let's go! All right, nice work.
That looks like the quest monster. Queen Kumbanda, I presume. I don't like the big bulbous tail. I could do without that. But here goes. Let's hope I don't get my ass handed to me. I'm going in blind.
It's a tough one.
It looks scary. Watch out.
Weak.
Unforgivable!
I just finished
Let's go.
maxing out your CP. Couldn't you have gotten anger after I used Radiant Wings or something?
Let's go. Ready? Huh? Ha! You're done.
Let's go! Get back! Now!
An opening!
Freaking smack.
Analyzing enemy unit. Analysis complete.
Okay, weak to wind, water, and fire. Well, I got water and fire. I don't like that.
Let's go!
Oh, what did it just do to its break gauge? That's new. I don't like it. It just refilled
Not
it.
on my watch!
Unforgivable!
Oh!
Sorry, everyone.
I see! I see what you're talking about.
I can still
there,
fight.
guy. Okay. Well, that exists.
Ha!
Thanks.
So that's an
I'll handle
enhanced
this.
form. I understand. 2 more turns of strength up.
I can still fight!
Got it. Well, at least I know kind of how to approach it now. So if I wipe, I have a good idea what to do next.
Yeah!
Thank you.
Behold, the soul of our sage! Now! Ah!
I was trying to build up to Laura's order, but I don't think I have that kind of luxury.
Let's go. Now!
Keep it up!
I can still fight! Ah! Now! Laura, now!
Yes!
Ah!
Now!
Let's go! Raging fire formation!
Now! Huh! Let's go!
It's mine!
My blade, calm as still water. Now! Ah! Ah! Seventh slash! Fallen leaves!
It's okay. We
All right.
triumphed.
Nice
somehow.
work.
As for the insta-kill, that's because it's a poisonous insect. Buddy, I don't think it even needs an insta-kill, considering it just one-shots everybody from full health when it's enhanced form. Oh man, that happened. But now I know. Enemy goes enhanced, use an order that greatly increases your damage reduction. Like either Reens or Elliots. But hey, that turned out a lot better than it could have. I'm pleased.
Treasure sighted. Begin recovery mission.
Hey, another black records.
Oh, I see fish in the water.
Fish. The old classmates can't fish?
Got a bite. This is promising. It's a whopper.
Oh, when you fought it, you had to go back to town and buy death resistance equips. That would be helpful, yeah. I'm just glad I had Laura super buffed with 200 CP when when her turn came around. Need to add a channel point thing for God Gamer? How does that work?
There.
In many ways, I am stupid when it comes to streaming.
Got a bite. Nice.
Yeah, I know to use channel
Not
points
bad at
for,
all.
But... Oh, you mean just make one just like that, but for God Gamer? I guess I could do that.
There. Got a bite. This is promising.
Alright, give me a second.
Not bad at all.
I could see this being abused so much, sarcastically, whenever I suck. Let's see. There you go. 777 channel points. Let me see. Not 1337? I don't... You know what? I should do that. I don't know why that didn't occur to me. I'm not enough of a God gamer, I guess. I'll update it. Just kind of looking for an icon I want to apply to it. Don't have a custom one at hand, obviously. Oh wow. I have to actually download a zip for it. You have 206k. Yikes, dude. I mean, thanks. That means a lot, but I just don't really have anything for you to spend it on. Because I just don't have a whole lot of ideas. Let's see. Yeah, you gotta skip the maybe the default 2 streams. Understandable. Still, I do miss you sometimes. I hope I see you on my Star Ocean 3 streams. Because that's gonna be a fun game. Of course, that depends on how much you yourself intend on getting into Star Ocean. That's kind of the hit or miss nature of streaming RPGs, unfortunately. I had my work cut out for me when I'm like, you know what? I want to stream JRPGs. Because I just really love playing them. Yeah, but so do a lot of people. And story is one of the big things. Not even sure how long you were here before you subscribed. Yeah, it wasn't that long. It was like a few weeks to a month or so, yeah. Which is amazing. Thank you so much. Alright, we've been looking at this fish long enough. And I got everything set up. So if it's not showing up for you, you might need to refresh. I'm not exactly sure how it works. Alright, is there really anything interesting here, or is it just stuff I've gotten already?
Got a bite.
Rip.
You got away. There. Got a bite. You got away. There. Got a bite. This is promising. I got it.
Rock Eater. I seem to only be getting old stuff.
There.
But then again, this game isn't like the others where you're guaranteed to get a new fish drop if you haven't gotten it yet.
Got away.
So I could just be getting unlucky.
There. Got a bite.
Oh, come on.
Got away.
That was like a pixel off.
There. Got a bite. This is promising.
Looks really tiny to me.
It's a whopper.
Is it though? Okay. I fished 5 times, got nothing new, so I'll move on.
Ready.
Let's make this quick. Yeah!
I'm up! Get back! It's down!
An opening!
Get broken!
This is it!
I'll handle this.
Why not?
Valiant heart!
Zero
Let's go.
order turns are so cool. Even if you're in a battle where you
Let's
have no need whatsoever to do what you're about to do, there's no reason not to. And you just clobber them.
Huh. Let's go!
It's mine!
We had a good harmony, huh?
Mm-hmm. Good rhythm, too.
Ah, I get it. Overkill is fun. That's like half the reason I enjoy JRPGs so much. Because almost every time you can just break the shit out of them. Let's see. Back to the map.
Finish this swiftly!
I'll save her CP.
Yeah. Huh.
Let's go. Get back!
Let's go.
Oh, it's just barely too thin.
Azure Cleaver! Ah! It's off balance!
An opening!
Oh my god, they're getting turns. What's the world coming to?
Take this!
Oh, why couldn't it be feet I countered?
Exterminating!
Unforgivable!
Give me that CP, thank you.
Take that!
Now. Arcus, activate!
I'm up! Crimson Slash!
My turn! Ah!
My turn. Weak.
It's just occurring to me that I knocked him out of the AoE. But oh well, whatever. Bye.
Oh, we did it somehow.
Somehow.
Let's take this chance.
Get back! Now! Laura, now!
Yes!
Got it. Battle complete. Let's move.
What, another monster interruption for no reason? I'm guessing it's just an excuse to give them another conversation
be
after
careful.
the battle. Kind of like the boars. Don't burp on
I'll
me.
handle this. Azure Cleaver! Ah!
Let's go. Exterminating!
I'm up! Crimson Slash!
Now. Please, hear my song.
Thanks!
Thanks. Got it. Let's go. Now.
Keep it up!
It's my turn! Crimson Slash! Now!
An opening! My turn!
Get wrecked.
Ah! Now, let's continue onward.
That didn't actually deal as much damage as I was expecting from Laura. We managed to defeat it. Oh, huh. Dreknor Fortress. Must be enormous if we can see it from this far away. Yeah, but it won't be too long before we get there on horseback. Agreed. It would feel wonderful to simply ride all the way there. But before that, Rean, there's something I've been meaning to ask. Huh? Have you been holding back? Yes, he has, and I also want to know why. Huh. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. It's clear your strength and stamina have improved, but you're not using your full power. Oh, yeah. It sort of feels like he's stopping himself from going one step further. I should have known you guys would notice. It's not that I'm not feeling well or that I'm not serious about this. Yes, of course. Earlier I thought you may have been trying to match your student strength. But does it have something to do with spirit unification, perhaps? I didn't even notice, but you haven't been using it at all, have you? Channeling your ogre power to enhance your skills and abilities. Did it stop working? No. No, it's definitely still there. It's just, ever since the Northern War, I can't seem to control it anymore. Can't control it? That's... the Northern War. That's when General Aurelia led the annexation of Northumbria. It seemed like it was a difficult time for you, so I didn't ask about it before, but... what happened? Well... Instructor Sarah already knows about it, so maybe it's time I let you guys know too. Yay! Finally! Finally getting some information on that Northern War that they've been talking about for the past chapter and a half. It was spring of last year, after the battles in Crossbell were finished. I had been receiving orders from the government about once a month. The final and largest order was to participate in the Northern War. It began as a dispute over the Northern Jaegers' responsibility in burning down Keldig during the Civil War. Then, after Northumbria completely rejected the Imperial government's demand for compensation, war broke out against the Northern Jaegers and a swarm of giant archaisms that came out of nowhere. Archaisms? Wait, so... was Ouroboros orchestrating the annexation of Northumbria, or does Osborne also now have control over some archaisms? Instead of the Imperial Army, the government sent a state-of-the-art Panzer Soldat division led by General Aurelia and Brigadier General Wallace. The official reason was to wipe out the terrorist group, the Northern Jaegers, who had taken over the entire state. As the battle intensified, Altina and I began our evacuation guidance in the capital, Heliask. We worked with Instructor Sarah and the RMP, led by Major Claire, to help the citizens escape the fighting. But then, thousands of giant archaisms appeared and started to go on a rampage. When the evacuating citizens started to get attacked, I called Valimar without hesitation and used spirit unification to release my full power. I remember up until the point where I defeated the last archaism. Then, I lost consciousness, but even then my ogre power kept going. According to Instructor Sarah and Altina, I was in a weakened state. When I woke up 3 days later, the whole autonomous state had been completely occupied. By then, all I could do was sit and watch as Northumbria was annexed by the Empire. Reen, Sarah told me a little, but I had no idea you had to go through something like that. My weakness aside, it was after that point that I couldn't use spirit unification anymore. Well, it's not that I can't use it, but it's become so powerful it's out of my control. It's impossible for me to stop it on my own. Since then, I've been trying to suppress it. And that's probably what's affecting my sword arm. My sword arm twitches. I can't resist that. That's the way it's worded. Oh, Owain intensifies. Well, that's completely understandable. It's only natural you'd hold back in that case. You were unconscious for 3 whole days? There's no way you can use that anymore. Of course not. The risks are too big. Yeah. But if the time comes, I won't hesitate. If anything were to happen to my students, for example, I'd use it in a heartbeat. But I'm going to do my best to make sure that doesn't happen. Well, don't forget we'll be by your side. We won't let you go it alone. Yeah, this time we'll be your strength. Please rely on us. That is, after all, why we've come. You guys. Thank you. I couldn't ask to hear anything more encouraging. Yeah, don't worry, Rin. You don't have to worry about going berserk. That's what Laura's for. She can go berserk on your behalf. Trust me. And we're on a horse again. Although, I kind of don't want to be, because I can't double ambush advantage monsters from horseback.
Crimson Slash! It's down! Laura, now!
Leave it to me!
Let's go.
Now! Huh! Let's go!
It's mine!
I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to,
We had a good
Fontana, when you
harmony,
say
huh?
that Rin is shooty.
Good rhythm, too.
It's probably from a game I haven't played. Is it from Ys? There's Dreknor Fortress. You can see it more clearly than before. Yeah. From here, I can see how powerful it looks. What was the question? Oh, well, we were talking... you said that when we were talking about spirit unification. Or something. And my question was, I don't know who Chuni is. It's probably from a game I haven't played. New pick for Vivi. Speaking of which, I can
My turn.
Oops, wrong
Now!
one.
It's my turn!
I'll handle this.
Here you go.
What's up, Reen? Now, let's see. Oh, wow, nice. I'll send you your reward.
I'm always afraid of her rewards. Have I not heard the term Chunibyo? I have not. That's a new term to me.
Hello there, Reen. You found some new records? Very well. I'll start deciphering them. Leave it to me.
Okie dokie.
Our chance! Let's go! Get back!
I'll handle this.
She needs more move.
Azure Cleaver! Ah! It's off balance! Strike, Reen!
Got it!
My turn!
Let's go.
Huh? Oh, we did it somehow.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, that makes sense. I understand now. Good old cringe, edgy boys.
All right, got it!
I must continue to train.
I did it.
Yay, I did it!
Behold my dark power! Dark flame harbored in the sinister hand. Oh, anime sometimes. Stun the cow. Stun it. There you go.
Finish this swiftly.
This isn't the normal battle music.
Let's go. Now.
Keep it up.
It's my turn. Get back!
I'll handle this.
My turn.
Weak to winds. Ellie doesn't have wind, unfortunately.
Form up! Iron Will formation!
I have a feeling those bulls
Now.
are going to hurt a bit, so I'm going to preempt that a bit.
Arcus, activate.
Not on my watch!
Unforgivable.
Got it. Let's go.
Let's go! Get back! It's down!
An opening.
Huh?
Let's go. Right. It's off balance.
An opening!
I like that Laura has an S plus break craft, but it's
Take
so
this.
expensive too.
Yeah. Good night.
Not on my watch!
Unforgivable.
They allow the
Got it.
sewers to be called Cloaca Maxima. Oof, that is a lot of Latin. Only time I think I've heard sewers referred to that way is specifically referring to like
It's my
sluice
turn.
gate switches in Final Fantasy XII.
Crimson Slash! It's down! Laura, now!
And the Garen
Leave it
Scythe
to me.
water well.
Yeah. Oh, we did it somehow.
It wasn't that hard. Come on, guys. Yay, Sepith! Can I have more, please? This game seems to be pretty stingy with it so far.
Should be the leftmost path at this junction.
Roger that. Let's go.
Yeah, but the rightmost path probably has a chest.
Finish this swiftly.
Let's go. It's down.
Keep it up. My turn. Right.
Holy crap.
It's my turn.
That is a lot of break damage. Okay.
Crimson Slash!
I like Lion
Now!
Smash.
An opening!
Lion Smash smashes. And
My
smashes
turn.
hard.
Now!
It's mine.
Oh, I didn't notice I was
My
maxed
turn.
out on BP. Rip. Whatever.
Sha. Now! Elliot, with me.
Yeah!
I'm up.
Come on. Wow, okay.
I'm up. Get back.
There's even more!
I'm up. Get back. Now.
An opening! An opening! Unforgivable!
Let's go.
I'll handle this. Azure Cleaver! Ah! It's off balance! Strike, Green!
Leave it to me.
Sit!
Just what I expect from you, Laura.
I believe that's my line.
Chest. What's you got?
Treasure chest.
Orange cape. And what does that do? Strength plus 15, you say? Alright, we're here. That is a lot of turrets. I could count like 8 in this camera shot alone. Dreknor Forest. We're here at last. Fortress. Why do I keep saying forest? I can read at an elementary grade level. The only Imperial Army base that can match Corellia Fortress. My father has visited here several times to give instruction in martial arts. Okay, let's head in. And Dreknor is far too big for its own good. Yeah, I'm not even really sure what they're trying to protect against. They don't exactly have any enemies in this area. And Liberal's not the kind of place that would be an aggressor in any conflict. So, unless they intend to use it for invasion, I don't know. You once thought the lake in the Gram was the edge of the Empire? Well, to be fair, it was the edge of the map at the time. Because Sutherland was just not a thing that we went to. Wow, it's enormous up close. It has a much more dignified appearance than I'd heard. Yep, definitely just as big as Corellia Fortress.
You there, what business do you have here?
Excuse me, Wait, that voice.
Whoa, Reen? What are you doing here?
I could say the same to you. Are you part of the Fourth now? You know him?
Oh, wow. You're all from Class 7. Long time no see. Do you remember me?
To be honest, no. Oh, you were part of the fencing club. Alan? Oh, he looks different. I definitely did not recognize him.
Warrant Officer Allen of the Imperial Army's 4th Armored Division. Ha! Been a while, everyone.
Real talk. I have never played an RPG before Trails of Cold Steel that had such weirdly inconsistent voice acting. I know I've mentioned it a few times throughout my playthroughs, but it's just so odd to me. Like, I've never seen an RPG that has voice acting only voice like one character out of 5 in a scene. It's really weird and distracting sometimes. This is amazing. Not only do you have your main tank unit here, but there are so many new Panzer Soldats. Look over there. Oh, that big one is the one V from the Imperial Liberation Front was using. The Noble Alliance's trump card. I never expected to see that here. Yeah. But all these weapons... Is that the General's son over there? Run, Elliot! Yeah, maybe he decided to stop by on his tour. Hold on, is that the Ashen Chevalier with him? Oh man, it is him! Hi guys. Salute! Please. It's awkward. That moment when the entire 4th Division gushes over our team. We're just that good. Oh, man. I should have guessed they'd spot you right off the bat. People are still talking about the heroic exploits of Reen and Valimar. Sorry about that. Maybe I should have taken you through the back door. Nah, don't worry about it. Anyway, I knew you joined the Imperial Army, but I had no idea you'd made it into the 4th Armored Division. It's the most powerful division in the entire army. The training must have been extremely tough. Yeah, by the end of the day, I'm always completely wiped out. But I don't regret it at all. I want to keep the Empire safe. It's where she lives, after all. Bridget? A man's honor, is it? Oh, that's right. You and Bridget got engaged after graduation, didn't you? What? For real? Congrats. Thanks. It was a bit sappy, but so worth it.
You're here.
I like the Alan and Bridget dynamic. It's so sweet.
Welcome, Schwarzer, young master.
Hello, Nightheart.
Arcade and Clausel as well, of course.
Hello, sir.
Hey. You really don't have to call me that, you know.
Seeing you all together, it's like I've gone back to Thor's.
So, are you not teaching there anymore?
Actually, I take that back. You've grown into fine young men and women.
Well, both of these things can be true at once.
It makes me proud to be able to say I was one of your instructors.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
The General is waiting. I'll guide you from here. Good work, soldier.
Sir!
Good luck with Bridget! I'm sure they'll be happy together.
General, they have arrived.
Come in.
I like this serious introduction. Like, you know it's gonna turn into doting in like 0.5 seconds. Go on. I'm waiting for it.
He always strikes me as such an authoritative man in person.
Until he sees his son.
Me too. And I'm sure he's become more so since his promotion.
My baby bundle of joy!
There it is!
Oh, Elliot!
Oh man, he got the jukes!
Alright, no need for that.
It's always fun.
We'd like to cut right to the chase. If that's okay.
You've become a true man, son. Does a father's heart good to see.
Every time, like clockwork.
It's very predictable, yes.
Yeah, but Elliot's really perfected dodging it.
In any event, it may be unwise to have you here given our positions, but I nonetheless welcome you.
Unwise? Why?
Do you mean...
It seems you're already aware why we've come.
Of course. The primary duty of this fortress is to maintain order in the southern half of the Empire. I suspect I'll be unable to help. But please, spare no detail.
You would think being here on behalf of Osborn would allow him to help us a bit more. We're already well aware of the Society's recent movements. However, there are no plans for the 4th Armored Division to take direct action at the moment. Even if it were requests from you. Dad. So, it's just as Major Arundel said. All you're allowed to do is watch. I don't get it. There's no way the Imperial Army can just let a bunch of Archaisms stomp about the countryside, right? I was pondering why that's the case on the way here, actually. With the power this fortress has at its disposal, it would take less than half a day to stop the Society's advances. But the reason the army staunchly refuses to make a move... The Imperial Army. No, the Imperial government's waiting, isn't it? Waiting for the nobles to finally give up. Oh wait, are they still hanging in there? I actually wasn't aware that it was still going on. So that's what it is. Though they're still hanging on, the provincial armies have been shrinking lately. And if a crisis were to happen now, the government would be able to assert the provincial armies have no merit. Yeah, that sounds like Osborn's thinking. Then they would be able to discount the merits of General Aurelia and others who dirtied their hands in the Northern War. Oh, the last of the war was ended with the Northern War compromise? Okay. So, what? Osborn's just trying to sap whatever little political power they have left for his own political gain? I mean, you know what? That's not surprising at all. Sounds about right. Finally, the public would start to question the entire noble power structure. Dad, Lieutenant Colonel Neidhart, are you both okay with this? Well, we know. Though we fought each other in the Civil War, the provincial armies are still our fellow protectors of Erebonia. I can talk with words coming out of my mouth. Standing by doing nothing while they're in the midst of a crisis injures our pride as soldiers. However, wounded though our pride may be, we remain bound to the chain of command. His Majesty and the Imperial Government hold supreme command of the military, and Osborn holds practically supreme command over the mind of His Majesty. We cannot go against their decision and act on our own. Dad. Well, that does make sense, but I'm still not convinced. Then what of offering support via information? Surely you have an idea where the Society has built its base. that's... We have our guesses, of course. However, we are currently not at liberty to divulge that information. But you can't even do that much? No. There's more to it, isn't there? Huh? What makes you say that? The Imperial government. No. Chancellor Osborne has his own plans. However, Lord High Arms, the current head of state of Sutherland, is known to be a moderate. Currently, he's organizing the Imperial Provincial Council and is working with the Imperial government through His Majesty the Emperor. I don't see how backing him into a corner benefits the government. So, there must be some other reason. A reason that would prevent both the Imperial Army and the Provincial Army from taking action against the Society. Perhaps some circumstance unique to Sutherland? Reen, I'm surprised how knowledgeable you've become. Now that you mention it, I have felt like something's been off the whole time we've been here. Not just with the General, Toval and Agate too. What? That's... It seems I've underestimated you, Ashen Chevalier. I suppose following the government's orders for a year has given you greater insight. It is true that I've seen both sides of a number of incidents. This old yet changing empire is full of contradictions and conflicts. But it's everything I learned being part of Class VII that has expanded my view the most. So please, show us the path ahead. Not for the sake of the government's orders to the Ashen Chevalier, but so we can become the foundation of the world, as Thor's Class VII. Schwarzer. We feel the same. Indeed. Even if the way ahead is clouded with the doubt and hesitation of others. As a member of Class VII, as Reen's friend, and as a musician, one of those doesn't really apply to our current mission, but sure. I'll play the melody that will lift that doubt and hesitation and clear the way. Elliot. Now that I think about it, it's been 2 years since I first met the rest of you. By the way my dear, sweet Elliot has grown over the course of those years brings a tear to my eye. But it seems the rest of you have grown to be just as strong and dazzling in that time. I agree. Very well, I shall show you the path you seek. Nightheart, bring me a pen and paper. Yes. Dad. Thank you so much, General. No, there's no need for gratitude. Consider this my apology for being so cowardly as to allow myself to be tied down like that. I still have a long way to go compared to General Van Dyke. And him. Him who, though? General, here you are. Yes, thank you. The place the Society has most likely built their base. That place is part of a national secret that goes up to the highest levels of the Empire. Interning requires permission from 2 top authority figures in the Sutherland province. Well, let me guess, so we just so happen to have a couple of them standing before us. A national secret? This paper is written proof you have my permission as Olaf Craig, Commander of Dreknor Forest. Fortress every time! Why can't I say fortress? Take this and visit the other authority figure in St. Ark. Trees, yep. Marquis High Arms, the overseer of the Sutherland province. Oh, well, I'm sure that'll be pretty easy to get his permission. Meanwhile... What's going on here, guys? Phew. Morning practice is finally done. Man, I'm starving. Looks like everyone's getting back into their routines. Tina, we're going on ahead. Oh, that's fine. Go and get something to eat.
Hey, time for lunch yet?
Heck it! He actually did listen.
Agate? Wow, Agate! Is it really you?
Yes?
I look like I'm anyone else? It's been a few weeks now. You gotten settled in here?
Yes, everyone here's so nice. But what are you doing here?
Seeing his favorite girl. Duh.
Oh yeah. Just stopped by to see how you were doing and take care of an errand. Seems like yesterday got pretty crazy. Sorry for not being here to help.
Head pads.
Agate. Don't worry. You're always with me. Right here.
For crying out loud.
It's so sweet. Oh, you're... Huh, they saw it. Is he a friend of yours, Tina? So lewd with the head pats, right? Well, I'm sorta like your guardian. I was in the area for work, so I stopped by to say hi. Work, huh? Guessing it was some supporting gauntlet type stuff. Oh, so that means you're Fee and Reen's... Man, I guess the other instructors here are just as sharp as Swarzer. Since you're here, mind telling me what all went down yesterday? I'm a bracer from the Burrow. Oh, hey guys.
Hey guys.
That was an echo.
Here you go, Kurt. The other one's for you, Allie.
Ah, thank you.
Thanks. Out of curiosity, what is an alley?
That's your nickname. Deal with it.
Oh, I just shortened your name a little. It's easier if I call you that. You like it?
You've started acting like her too now. Well, I don't care. Call me whatever you like.
Really? Allie it is then.
At least it makes more sense than Tilly.
While we're at it, how about you, Kurt? Huh? Where are you going? Wait, you're not...
Don't worry, I'm just going to train.
She just brought you your lunch, dude. It's rude.
Though I may lack skill and resolve, I'm still not foolish enough to go out on my own.
He's a little salty
Hey,
about those comments.
just because he said that doesn't mean...
I'm fine. I know he did it to keep us out of danger. It's too much for us. No, for me to handle. What he said wasn't wrong.
Kurt.
I still feel pathetic, though. But this is simply because I'm not good enough as I am now. All I can do is accept it and let it fuel me for next time. Provided there is a next time.
Don't worry, you might be good enough come, like, the end of the game. Or Cold Steel 4, certainly.
Boys are so bad at this sort of thing.
Huh?
Listen, Kurt. I get that you want to sound all tough and grown up and talk about how you accept the way things are, but the look on your face is telling me a different story. What's wrong with just saying, I'm frustrated I got left behind? No one should be okay with being tossed aside like that. Me and Allie feel the same way.
I do not know if I would call it frustrating, but generally speaking, I share the opinion. I've supported Instructor
Especially
Ring in his
since
missions over
Altina
the
actually
past
is
year.
kind of on another level from the other two, canonically speaking.
Though I am technically a student now, I remain unconvinced it was a good reason for excluding me.
I see. So that was what was going on between you two? That heartless jerk! How dare he do that to a cute little girl like you?
I know all that. I do.
Kurt, the only one who can decide your path as a member of the Vander family is you. Perhaps enrolling at the branch campus will help you find your way.
But even so, what am I supposed to do?
Get better.
Nothing will change the fact that I was left behind for being too immature.
Then become more mature.
Kurt.
Well, you won't know until you take action,
Get good,
right?
exactly.
If there's something you aren't happy with, then do something about it. Even if it seems impossible, you just need to struggle and keep struggling until you overcome it.
But don't struggle until you make yourself faint. That doesn't help.
That's what all the people I respect and admire do.
Huh?
You know what? Being told I'm a burden by someone who's only known me a month kinda pisses me off. Let's show him just how wrong he was about us. The two of us are with you. Right, Allie?
You're not going to get yourselves in some super dangerous situation that I'm going to have to bail you out of, are you? That's kind of what this sounds like.
I have no reason to object. My current mission is to support Class 7.
Go to a Pokemon Center. Stop using struggle.
You certainly are optimistic. Or at the very least, refreshingly blunt. Judging by the way you were talking, I assume you have a plan, yes? We'll need to figure out a way to catch up to Instructor Reen, and how we can help after that.
Huh? Do I have a plan?
I have a feeling she might have just said that, because that's what she was thinking at the time.
I kinda do, and I kinda don't?
Was all of that said without a plan?
Yep, exactly.
I'm quite impressed, actually.
Shut up! We just need to come up with something together.
You're right. It won't be easy, though.
I'm so glad the three of you seem to be feeling better.
Oh, hi, Muse. You know more than you let on, and I'm really curious as to your actual identity, because it's not a simple student. That much I'm certain of right now.
You're from Class 9, right?
Muse, was it? Is there something we can help you with?
Oh, quite the opposite. You see, I happened to overhear a little something. And I thought the three of you might be interested in it.
Huh?
Oh, this is the nudge she was talking about earlier, isn't it?
That's...
What exactly are you talking about?
I'd bet good Mira it's something fun.
Both Muse and Ash are plants for
I want in.
something or other. Might not even be the same thing, but they're definitely just not your average students.
You?
Ash? What are you doing here?
Well then. Since we're all here now, let's have ourselves a little chat, shall we? I was looking at a map of the area when I happened to notice a certain spot.
Muse, what are you up to? Alright guys, take care. I look forward to seeing you all again sometime. Thanks, Alan. See you around. A place kept as a national secret. Somewhere that cannot be entered without permission from both the commander of the Imperial Army and the head of the province. Seems like a pretty big deal. Yeah, it does seem like a pretty big deal, which makes me wonder, one, how the hell Ouroboros took that place over, and two, why the hell the Empire is allowing it at the moment. Yeah, both my dad and the lieutenant colonel had really serious expressions. I think I've got an idea where it is. Oh yeah, it's that gate that I couldn't get through. The place south of Parm where Laura met up with us yesterday. We didn't investigate any further then. Yes, I also find it suspicious. But either way, we must seek permission from Lord Higharms first. Then let's head back to St. Ark. Thanks for carting us around, you two. No trouble at all, just leave it to us. Alright, let's get going.
Yeah!
Yay, I'm gonna be able to go to Parm and get a book. I think that leads to a place I can't currently go. So, this way.
Yeah!
Zoom!
Easy.
I did it.
Everyone
I did it
ready?
again. Do you know what it is? I don't.
Let's go.
That is a shit ton of enemies. Also, Reen's really low on health.
It's down.
Keep it up!
I can't lose. My blade, calm as still water. Now!
I'm just gonna blow Elliot's S-Craft. He'll build up CP fast enough if I keep him casting spells and shit.
Seventh slash! Fallen leaves!
God, that's so much damage.
I'll take you to a world of fantasy. Now for the climax. Remedy
Bird,
Fantasia!
kill it! I don't trust birds
Thank
anymore.
you for listening.
Except for Sieg.
Thanks.
Sieg is cool.
Weak.
Get out of here.
Ow! Let's go.
Now, let's continue onward.
I like how Reen got back 76 CP from using his S-Craft. Almost enough to use it again.
Easy. Easy.
Dang it. Question. Why am I doing this? Answer. Because I keep forgetting fast travel was the thing. I've looked over General Craig's message. As the one in charge overseeing Sutherland, I must take responsibility for the raid on the field exercise camp last night. It never even occurred to me they would have been hiding in the one place I have no power. No, it's likely they were able to stay hidden for so long because it was that place. My lord. There's a place in Sutherland your lordship doesn't have power over? Sounds like danger. Would you be able to tell us about it? We told the general this too, but we're prepared for whatever we might find there. It's possible you may have already heard of it. The town of Hamel. Ah! I have been wondering about Hamel for the longest ass time. Ever since we went to Sutherland. I'm like, is Hamel going to come into the picture here because it's the southernmost part of the Empire that borders Liberl? And I know what started the war with Liberl back in Sky. Yep. We get to go to Joshua's hometown and get sad. Hamel? No, not that I can recall. Yeah, because the Empire kind of memory hold that place. I feel as though I've heard the name from my family members at some point. If I recall correctly, an unfortunate disaster happened there a long time ago. I feel like I've heard that too. Was it from the boss? I forget. South of Parm, there's an abandoned road that's been sealed off. That road once led to a place called Hamel. Ah. So it was that after all. When you say once... Yes. 14 years ago, that village was completely destroyed by a landslide. Or so the announcement claimed. Yeah, no, it was far, far worse than that. It was just wholesale slaughter. That's just what they want you to think. Exactly. Immediately afterwards, Erebonia invaded the southern kingdom of Liberl, and the 100 Days' War began. What? That's... the 100 Days' War, when the Empire nearly conquered all of Liberl in a matter of weeks. And then a certain Liberlian Jesus just saved everything. Wait a moment. When you said, or so the announcement claimed, did you mean... Unfortunately, I can't say any more than that. I can say this, though. What you are about to uncover is the dark side of the Empire's history. A tragic, cursed history. The dark side of the Empire's history? My apologies. I may have needlessly confused you. No, dude, this is great stuff. Keep it coming. You may hand it over to them now, Celestin. Yes. Please, take this. This key can only be given to those with the permission of both the commander of the Imperial Army and the head of the Sutherland Province. I'm sure some high-ranking bracers may also know the information you're about to discover. Including the one survivor that came from there. But please, promise me you will not reveal this information to the public. If you do, you may end up being charged with treason. Yeah, how dare you let people know what shitty thing the Empire did. Treasonous! Understood. We'll handle this with care. OG Class VII. May the goddess protect you. Please be careful. Hell, to be honest, we still don't know in great detail what happened in Hamel. Sky Games only covered so much. And there's still a lot of questions surrounding it. Hamel. And the 100 Days' War. And the 100 Days' War. Sorry, sudden hiccup. We got so much unexpected information. Yes, and it was much darker than I had expected. Lady, you don't know the half of it yet. So, what now? We can wait for Torvald's report, and... No. Judging by the situation, we don't have much time. Let's report back to the camp and then head to Parm. Understood. The enemy base. We need to be prepared. Okay, is there anything to do in St. Arc while I'm here? Nope. Just Parm. Okay, let's go then. Oh, Rean! Welcome back! Did you finish up at the fortress? Yeah, but we need to leave again right away. Where are my students now? They left for Panzer Soldat training and to do patrols with combat tactics. Did you need to speak with them? No, not exactly. Are you regretting your words now? Being shy like that doesn't really suit Reen. Well, this is Reen we're talking about. No, I wasn't. That's enough loitering. Didn't you come back here to report your progress in the investigation? Right. I'll report now. Hummel. I feel like I read about it somewhere before. Okay, so let me get this straight. The first thing we do, like the literal first thing we do, right after Marquis Higharm says, hey, don't leak this to the public, okay? Is we report the details to these two? Okay. I mean, that's just adding to the number of people that might leak it. I don't think these two would, but still, it seems kind of irresponsible. True, we didn't tell them what happened, but we also don't know what happened yet. Oh, yeah. It was a document about the 100 Days War that took place 14 years ago. They had to build their base there, of all places. It's not illegal to know it existed. Well, I mean, it almost seems that way. So few people seem to even know the name. Do you know something about it? Unfortunately, I don't have the authority to speak on it. It seems some red-haired bracer just went to Parm. You'd be better off asking him. Oh, Agate showed up. An A-rank bracer is bound to have some information of use. Maybe we should hurry after him. Yeah, the crucial moment is coming up. I'm going to need to call on my friend in the cargo car when the time comes. So please, make sure he's ready to go. Certainly. I'll have everyone in military finance get him prepped. Reen, Elliot, Laura, Fee, please be careful. Yeah. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong thing to say. Can I open more slots yet? What do you mean? Exactly what she said. Agate spoils you. I don't think I have anything I want to get across to him. Uh-huh. Nothing at all, right, Tita? What are you hinting at? Exactly what it sounds like. And who's this someone, Agate? I guess it'll happen eventually. One of them has to take a first step, though. I mean, it's already been 2 years, and nothing's happened. Now, granted, that's a good thing. She's like 15 now instead of 13. That was a little weird. But the game's still pushing them. Let's see. I can open a time or just a normal one for Reen. And that's all I can open. Sepith is so rare at the beginning of the game, man. It's crazy. Yep, that's all I could do. Well, I mean, I guess I could open this. May as well.
Thanks.
Don't think you're maxed your team until New Game Plus? Ooh, that's scary. I'm not used to that. You can upgrade You can upgrade guest members. I was able to, I just didn't have the Sepith to do it. Oh, like Claire. I don't know. I guess not.
I heard them say Hummel.
Yes, you did. And that means something to you.
Estelle and Joshua got special permission to go there 3 years ago. I hope Agate's going to be okay. I wish I could have gone with him. Also, I would have liked to visit the grave.
Why, hello there, Tita.
Is Musa gonna rope Tita into this too? Also, how does Musa know about Hummel?
Oh, you scared me! Don't do that, Muse. Sorry, I was zoning out. Is break time over already?
Oh no, you can relax a little while longer. But I'm surprised you know about it too. That tranquil place. Sad, yet beautiful. Huh?
Who the hell are you?
Don't worry. You'll definitely get a chance to visit. You and that red-haired bracer can go pay your respects together.
Muse, what does she...
Yeah, good question. Why does she know so much? And why does Ash know so much? We've arrived in Parm. Wow, this is my first time here, but this town is really beautiful. I was here 2 years ago for our field study. I was in the other group from U3. Ah, yes, that's right. Were the situation different, we could have spent quite a relaxing day here. Oh yeah! Wasn't that when they had, Eustace and Machias? Yeah. The abandoned road is to the south of here, but Dufali and that enforcer might be waiting for us. Let's make sure we're fully prepared before we leave. Yep. Roger. I should probably buy some revival bombs just in case. I have 5, but you never know. Okay, the chapel here is where I get the 3rd book. Where was the chapel again? Ah. This is it. Right? Yeah. Thank you very much. It was Chapter 1, Keldric Parm. Oh yeah, you're right. And Chapter 2 was Berea Hard and St. Arc. If I recall. Well, hello guys.
Oh, I see fish in the water.
Lost wallet. Okay. Nord, Brionia, Heimdall, Legram Jurai, and Brewer Ortis. Brand is adjacent to Hortus. Yeah, and Parm is adjacent to St. Arc. I'm just like, why not just have the St. Arc people do Parm while they're in the area? Speaking of Berea-Hard, that's how far I've gotten in my YouTube videos. Is I finished up Berea-Hard and the free day after that. Yeah, they did go to Jurai without us, and one, it's kind of cruel that they went to Jurai with Crow of all people. Two, it would have been nice to go to Jurai ourselves to get, you know, some more connection with Crow at least. But I guess they just wanted it to be a surprise when they turned out to be maybe in Hajimari. Maybe. Okay. It's up there.
Let us be off. Yeah.
Zoom. Oh no, horses can't stairs. But they can teleport upstairs. Because that makes sense. Horses are like claptrap units. Yeah, except claptrap units, they can't teleport upstairs unless... I don't know, maybe they can. Maybe they can fast travel there.
Oh, I see fish in the water.
Dude, you don't have to say that every time I cross the bridge, okay? Aw, she's adorable. Her attitude is a little less, but... she's just mad right now. It's fine. Oh, that was a quick change. We just said you don't need to pay us. It's fine, I got 2,000 Mira from school anyway. Prevent seal, mute, and stat down. That'll be good on him. Alright, so I got the... I got the book, and that's all that I need to worry about, so moving on. Oh, hey, it's him again.
Looks like they beat me to it. Wonder if that kid's the one I've been hearing so much about. Guess we'll just have to see what he's made of. And how much our little one's grown while we're at it.
Oh, he's Zephyr. Oh, is he the leader of Zephyr? Maybe? Hey! You guys are here again.
No objections here.
Hey, Fee, you found him. I guess that means you can quit being a bracer. But don't, because being a bracer is awesome. Okay, I have been here before. So I'm just basically heading toward that gate where I fought Arceus since before. Okay. Here? Yeah, this is where Laura saved us yesterday. The abandoned Hummel Road. The place sealed away 14 years ago. This road leads to a town destroyed in a landslide shortly before the war with the Liberal. Yeah, let me go ahead and put some quotation marks around that landslide. First things first, let's get this gate unlocked. It looks like it'll be tough to get that big chain off. It sounds like a total coincidence, right? I mean, as long as you don't think about it, it makes perfect sense that a landslide can start a 100-day war. For it to be this heavily sealed off, there's most assuredly something of significance beyond here.
So it leads here after all.
Agate. Yeah, it sure does. Oh, Agate, you came. Did Toval contact you? Yeah. I checked the area around Titus Gate before coming here. Found traces of a bunch of those clowns being smuggled through right under the Provincial Army's nose. That backs up the info the Marquis gave us, yeah? I see. They waited until the Provincial Army was weak, then snuck past them and set up their base here. Yes, and it seems there is something taboo about this place. That would certainly deter any unwanted visitors. It would appear Ouroboros is as aggravatingly shrewd as ever. Yeah, couldn't agree more. How dare they use this place for their crappy little schemes. You know about this place, Agate? But aren't you from Liberal? Yeah, and he's also friends with another person from Liberal that, you know, has a history with this place, shall we say. A certain sword boy. Or, I guess, knife boy. I was born in a place called Ravenue Village. It's near our border with the Empire. I'm familiar with the name Hummel. I learned the truth about it 4 years ago during the incident in Liberal. So then, it's connected to the 100 Days War after all. Yeah, if you're headed in there, I'm coming with. I need to for some pals of mine. And for that asshole who up and died. You mean Louve? Sarah told me a bit about that. Understood. We'll be grateful for your help. I hear you've made a name for yourself as the Heavy Blade. She's getting competitive. I look forward to seeing what an A-rank racer can do. Well, just like Sarah, I'm pretty much self-taught. Don't know if I've got any moves that'd impress the daughter of the Radiant Blade Master, but we'll see. I got no idea what they think they're doing here. But if they've had this much time to set up shop, I'm sure we're gonna have a hell of a welcome waiting for us. I hope you're ready for the worst. Yeah, always am. I'm ready to blow away the fog that's settled on our nation. Let us rid ourselves of the darkness that awaits us. Oh yeah, by the way, Fontano, I got a exclamation mark trails command set up, kind of after the fashion of yours, like I talked about before. Right on the money. I guess Muse's info was right. But do we really need to hang this far back? We need to be wary of Instructor Reen's ability to sense the presence of others. We can't take any of those with him lightly either. Agreed. We must somehow follow them without being noticed. It may be necessary to follow animal trails at times. Nah, dude, it's fine. Just use your Nen. Use your Nen to conceal your presence. Oh, sorry, wrong series. I feel kind of bad about being all sneaky like this. But we've come this far. We refuse to be left out of this now. Don't know why you're coming with us, though. You're in Class 8. I thought you had some bone to pick with us. I do what I want. Besides, you should be thanking me. I was the one who tricked Randolph into letting me bring this thing. I'm sure that's not going to come into play whenever Reen calls Valimar. I wonder if this is okay. It will be a welcome addition to our fighting strength. Yeah, but you guys are going to have some explaining to do when you get back. Probably going to be, some detention. We're already overstepping our bounds by simply being here. Holding back at this point would be inadvisable. Huh? What's wrong? Done with practice already? Nah, that ain't it. There was a bit of a situation. What? I can't believe that punk really did it. Is something wrong? Were we attacked again? Ash disappeared with a Draken during practice. Uni, Kurt, Altina, all the Class 7 went with him. Huh. What? Thanks, Muse. Sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. I'm happy I was able to help. I'm gonna be asking who the fuck this girl is for most of the game, aren't I? She's definitely somebody. She knows way too much for a student. Oh, looks like we have some welcome archaisms. Or they're just patrolling. There it is. It's a small archaism built for patrolling. It ain't any type I've seen before. They must be up ahead. Old Class 7, we can't afford to waste time exploring. Our destination is the ruins of Hamel. We're to find what the Society is up to and stop them. Laura, Fee, Elliot, Agate, follow me. You got it. No exploring though? Are you sure? There's some nice treasure to get. I kinda would like to explore, actually. And the game seems to be letting me, so get wrecked, Reen. But my speech. Your speech does not trump treasure. Must get all of the shinies. Hi there.
Danger levels high. Watch out.
Get back! It's down!
An opening!
Alright, what kind of orders
My
does
turn.
Agate give me? Break damage plus 250%. And strength up large for 2 turns. Holy shit. That's crazier than Laura's, actually. Since it gives the strength buff, it's almost the same. Although I guess strength plus 50% is not the same as damage plus 60%. So it probably calculates differently, but still.
Azure Cleaver! Now! We strike as one!
Leave it to me! Leave it to me!
We have shown our valor today.
Since he's temporarily in my party, I kind of want to try out Agate, too. Phew. It sure looked tough, but we're fine now. You guys are all Class 7 graduates, yeah? Fee's been a surprise, but you two ain't bad yourselves. Then again, that dipshit of a founder always had an eye for talent. Pardon? Are you talking about Class 7's founder? That couldn't be Prince Oliver. It is. It's exactly who he's talking about. Who else could be appropriately called a dipshit? Yeah, that's the one. We met in Liberl 4 years back. Didn't know he was a prince till later. He hid his identity and walked around pretending to be a musician on vacation. Anyway, with a couple of fresh bracers leading the way, we worked together to crush the Society's plans. Man, did he ever make fools of us when he waltzed in leading a division of the Imperial Army. Yep, the good times. I heard about that from Instructor Sarah. He collaborated with Liberlian General to impede the Imperial Army's involvement. He couldn't settle for anything less dramatic? Come on, this is Oliver we're talking about, let's not be silly. Not for one who founded Class 7 and the Crimson Wings, I suppose. Well, as you probably know, he's lost his wings. He's no longer under the protection of the Vander family, either. What? But Mueller still hangs out with him, right? That's exactly how the Imperial government... No, how that bastard, the Blood and Iron Chancellor, wanted it. You seem well versed in the current goings-on of the Empire. I guess. It's not like I want to save the guy or anything. The Civil War here's over, but the Army's still building its strength. And then you got other groups sneaking around. Your government continues to doggedly regulate the Guild. It's even putting pressure on the Guild's headquarters in Le Mans, and that's all the way in the center of the continent. Their regulations are why Agate and other Liberlian A-Ray bracers were dispatched. What a headache. Truly, we are indebted to all the Guild has done. I realize if something hasn't happened to the Empire, it'd be chaos for the countries at its borders. If something happened to the Empire. I read. Those two bracers I mentioned before were actually supposed to come here. Then they got denied entry, and, well, here I am. Just who are they to get denied by the government? A survivor from Honol, for one. They're a pair of young bracers from the borough. I haven't met them yet. I heard they can't enter because their dad's real high up in the Royal Army. Well, that too. That, and one of them's got a hell of a background that'd make anyone keep tabs on him. Alright, the ruins are pretty far. Could be dangerous. Don't let anything get the jump on you. Roger. Let's begin our investigation. I certainly would like to have Joshua here while we investigate Hamel as well. But that is not to be, at least not yet. Oh, hello, bird. That is the derpiest looking bird ever. Okay, that's a beard. I thought that was its tongue for a second. Also, it has no beak, and that's weird. I don't like it. Get out of here.
Crimson Slash!
Let's go. Ready? Huh? Ha! You're done.
My turn.
Huh! Let's go. Sit!
It's my turn.
Got it. Battle complete. Let's move.
Hello, what the hell is this? Rainbow mosquito. At first I thought it was a cricketune. Also known as the Pokemon with the best cry in the world.
Exterminating!
I'll handle this.
Can she really? Okay, she can reach.
No escape! Now!
An opening! Just what I expect from you, Laura.
I believe that's...
You have that weird snail thing.
Oh, treasure chest.
Mewtwo. Okay. Strength plus 15 and attacks and crafts can mute. Okay. All of the strength forever. Oh yeah, you have to do this now. I guess take out Fee? I don't want to take out Elliot because he's the only caster I have and he's a good support. But I also don't really want to take out Laura or Fee either because they're both also really awesome. But I haven't used Agate since, like, 5 games ago, so... That is really strong. S plus power and break, unbalances, and it's a large set AoE. Holy shit.
I'm up!
Agate definitely got the skills. More so than he used to.
Get back! It's down!
An opening! My turn. Break!
Now!
Oh, and it also faints. Because why wouldn't it?
We did it somehow.
I'm actually going to link Agate and Laura. I kind of wonder what their link dialogue is if they get a kill with an assist. Since they're both big sword users.
All right.
One-handing. Come on, man. Now you're just showing off. Hello. More robots. That means more conversations, yes.
A worthy opponent.
Get back! It's down!
Keep it up!
All right. There! Get him!
An opening!
Payback!
Get smashed. Ooh.
Payback!
That's not great.
Sit now!
No.
Huh.
Don't.
All right.
Well, that's a little unfortunate.
Thank you. Let's go.
Huh. Damn! All right. Get him! Help me out!
Alright, this should kill them both. So, let's see what they say.
That went well.
That sounds about right.
Well, that's really disappointing and lame. They didn't talk about each other's big swords at all. I'm sad. They just won't quit, will they? Dude, we've only fought like 7 of them. We're going into their base. Come on, man. It looks like they sent him out to patrol the whole area. Good thing I stopped Short Stuff in her tracks. And who are you talking about? Tita Russell? Yeah, she knows about Hummel. So she kept nagging me about coming with. You think it was about Hummel? I'd say she just wanted to cozy up to her man. Tita's that blonde girl with the ponytail at the camp, right? Ah, her. She was very charming. You two don't look related. Is she dear to you? It's a continuation of Sky 3, I swear to God. Yeah, no. For crying out loud. Even her damn mom won't get off my back about that. You could say she's like a little sister to me. Uh-huh. Ever since around the orbital shutdown phenomenon, she's been kinda attached to me. She was in the Burl then? Sure was. She was only 12, but she faced the danger like a champ. She looks like she wouldn't harm a fly, but she'll always step up when you need her. Didn't think she'd go to the Empire in Estelle's stead. Huh. She went and grew up before I even knew it. I have a feeling she really is dear to him. Yeah, the way he talks about her kinda melts my heart. Believe me, Sarah and Toval tease him about it all the time. Of course they do. Everybody does. Hey, the hell are you whispering about? Probably exactly what you think. Whatever. I'm just glad she's having fun as a student. And then shoot that fly with a cannon, right? Definitely not unnecessary overkill. Don't be afraid to give her a hard push as an instructor when she needs it. No problem. But in order for me to do that, we'll need to tackle what's happening now. Alright, let's move.
A mountain stream like this never ceases to cleanse the soul.
You only hear about places this serene in fairy tales.
Oh, that's because the entire village is dead, so there's nobody to make a ruckus.
Oh, I see fish in the water.
Damn, I got a lot of bait right now.
There. Got a bite.
They did give her a space laser.
This
and
is
a Gundam.
promising.
Well, a poor man's Gundam.
It got away.
I pressed X instead of circle. I'm dumb.
There. Got a bite.
Real talk, Tita went from being... I mean,
This is
I
promising.
always liked her as a character, but she went from being, like, one of my least favorite party members to one of my favorite when she got that orbital gear.
I got it.
She became super tanky, and it was awesome.
There. Got a bite. This is promising.
Another Ottawana.
I got it. There. Got a bite. This is promising.
I don't recognize that silhouette.
I got it.
Oh, okay. Yes, I do. I just haven't caught one in a bit. Come on.
There.
Show me something new.
Got a bite. Nice.
It's not new. It's not new at all.
Not bad at all. There. Got a bite. It got away. There. Got a bite. This is promising.
This isn't new either. It is big.
Not bad at all.
Okay. I actually need to backtrack because I missed a chest.
Everyone, be careful! Analyzing enemy unit. Analysis complete.
Damn you! I'm up! Get back!
I'll handle this. Azure Cleaver! Now!
There! Let's go!
There's even more!
Let's go! Sit! It's down!
Keep it up! Now! Arcus, activate!
My turn!
Oh, I should have used his fire spell. Oh.
My turn! Sit!
Well, so much for that stealth. But okay.
Let's go! Whew. Everyone okay?
Ooh, a treasure chest.
Silverthorn rare. Okay. ATS plus 9, EP plus 20. Not bad. Don't really know where I might want to fit it on what I currently have. Guess I could just replace Altina's Silverthorn. Recover CP through offensive arts. Only plus 2 per enemy kill. That's like just a worse Bridget by the sound of it. Why even? It doesn't even have the limitation of being crafts. There's no real reason to put Analyze on her. I just don't have anything better to put on her. She has an Analyze craft, so it's just redundant.
Finish this swiftly!
Get back! My turn!
I think this might kill a few of them.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll
I was saying that jokingly because I expected them all to die, but
I'll
then
handle this. Sit!
anticlimactic miss.
My turn. Huh. Is anyone injured?
Take them down! Get back! Now! Elliot, back me up!
Leave it to me.
All right.
Dang, he has a lot of move.
My turn. Azure Cleaver!
Oh, I think I missed the one on the left. Yep. Rip. Oh well.
My turn. Huh. Let's go.
An opening! Let's go! Ha! Let's go! Ha!
How foolish! Let's go! Azure Cleaver! Ah!
Now. Ring into the night. Nocturne Bell.
Damn. That actually deals a
We did it
surprisingly
somehow.
high amount of damage.
All right, got it!
Cool.
I must continue to try.
Yay, I did it!
I did it.
Good job, Fee. You stood there.
Ooh, a treasure chest.
ATS 6 and defense 12. Meh. I'll keep heal for the heal spells. Hey, more robots and then more conversation.
Don't let your guard down. Second form, Gale! It's down!
Keep it up!
My turn. There! Now! Help me out!
Understood! Sit! Now! Ring into the night! Nocturne Bell! Let's go! Azure Cleaver! It's off balance!
Get out of here.
There! Let's go!
Jesus Christ, why does he have so much move? Maybe he hasn't moved
Come
before
back
it's on.
when you're stronger.
This is unreal. There was supposed to be a landslide here, but I don't see traces of one. Yes, suspicious that, isn't it? There should still be something to see after only 14 years. Yeah, brings to mind what we were told about this place. Agate, Marquis Higharms mentioned something. He said a high-ranking bracer would know something about the Hamel incident. Did he? I'm just telling you what I heard, okay? It's not going to be pretty for Imperials to hear. Please, Agate. Yeah, I want to know. Okay, then. If it wasn't already clear to you, the landslide story was fabricated. 14 years ago, Erebonia and Liberl signed a treaty in secret. With it came an official announcement. In secret? Everything about that sounds ominous. It said that the village of Hamel had been wiped out in a natural disaster. It's not even on the map anymore, right? It's amazing how easy it is to hide the truth. No one ever had to know what the people of Hamel, that the people of Hamel were victims of mass murder. Murder? Agate, that's... Not everyone was murdered. 2 people survived. But the tragedy of Hamel is as you know it isn't real. It wasn't nature's doing, it was greed's. If what came of that incident was the 100 Days' War, it doesn't make any sense for Liberl to hide it all behind a landslide. Let's keep moving. We'll see what the Society is up to first. I'll tell you the rest once we're in Hamel. Okay. Thank you. Well, gee, I wonder what that means. Well, Liberl isn't the kind of place, isn't the kind of place to do that. Well, that leaves one other option then, doesn't it? I gotta go back around to get an item I missed. Again.
Treasure sighted. Begin recovery mission.
Hell yes. Go away. Alright, I already got that. I remember Hamel Road to That's a big boy.
Let's take this chance.
pressing all the wrong buttons. What do you make to? Nothing that I can cast at the moment. Okay.
Analyzing enemy unit. Analysis complete.
I'm up! Get back! It's down!
Keep it up! I'll handle this.
Oh, come on.
My turn! There!
Yeah! Huh. Let's go!
An opening! I'm up! Ah! It's down! Elliot, back me up!
Yeah! Huh.
That wasn't anywhere near as spooky as it looked.
Thanks, Reen.
I'm really glad that they have a sub-Master Course system. You can level up so many. Before, you really had to pick and choose what you wanted to take with you throughout the game because you had only 4 you could choose from, and you don't really want to change them too often or you're never going to reach max level. Oh no, it's the return of the monkey butt.
It's a tough one. Careful.
A worthy opponent. Let's go. No escape. Yeah!
Now! Analyzing enemy unit. I got it!
Hummel Kong.
It's my turn!
Zero order, you say?
Give them hell! Crimson Break! I'm up! Crimson Slash! Let's go!
Yeah! Huh. Now!
An opening!
Damn, he recovered quickly.
Get back! It's down!
Keep it up!
Oh no.
Let's go!
Not that.
Right!
Knock it off.
Yeah! Huh. Let's go!
Get out.
An opening!
There's even more!
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Ow.
Gross.
Payback!
Yeah!
Let's go! Raging fire formation!
Now!
what's going on with this one? it's having the time of its life. Holy crap. Calm down there, buddy.
My turn. Sing! It's off balance! With me!
Yeah! It's my turn! Sit! It's down!
Keep it up!
All right! Come back when you're stronger.
Damn, that's a lot of experience. Ooh, level 3, Richard, let's go. 12 CP, automatic recovery every turn. It's only 1, but it's not nothing. Sweet. Ooh, that's pretty cool. That secondary effect seems better than the primary one.
Ooh, a treasure chest.
Ivy nail, huh? Sure, gives me earth coverage. And I forgot I had an open slot on Reem. Whoops.
A powerful foe.
More monkey butt.
Finish this swiftly!
That's not the one I attacked at all. I was pressing the stick, like, upward. The heck? Game's like, hey, you want to attack the flower, right?
Now!
Keep it up! I'll handle this. Burn, valiant heart! I'll handle this.
Dang it. Fine.
Azure
I'll use
Cleaver!
the cheap-ish one.
My turn. Huh.
All right.
I'll handle this. Sit! How foolish!
Spooky. Dang it. That's not a good start.
I'll handle this.
Give them hell! Crimson Break!
My turn. Break!
Ow! Stop it.
My turn. Please, hear my song.
Thanks.
Thanks.
My turn. Now! Help me out!
Understood. Sit!
Let's go! Now!
Keep it up!
It's not quite gonna be enough to kill, but he's mostly
Now.
not a threat now. Let's knock on wood there.
Good night. I'll handle this. Break! It's off balance!
There!
That went well.
That sounds about.
Ooh, attack one. Do I have anybody that doesn't have that? No, he doesn't. How much does it give? 10. I'll take the trade-off for some earth coverage. 4 isn't that big a deal.
Let's go full force!
Ah, it's flowers. A white flower. Way up here in the mountains. It's so pretty. Wonder if the villagers ever looked after them. Just what I'd expect from our resident member of the gardening club. And it does seem that way. How can you tell? It's been like 14 years. Even after the people have gone, the flowers remain. Agate. can we stop here for a moment? Yeah, I had the same thought. Let's go ahead and pick some for them. Good guys. Very nice. I'm sure those are going to make it completely unscathed while we take on Ouroboros, right? Maybe this is something we should have done after we dealt with them? They appear to be a type of lily. Yep, a pretty rare kind, too. There are traces that some of them have already been picked. Huh? Is that so? Yeah, pretty recently, too. Does that mean... No sense worrying about it. We'll know once we get there. Okay. Haha, you're a snail.
It's a tough one. Careful.
It looks scary. Watch out!
3 VP right out the gate. Okay. I'll take it.
Get back! It's down! Elliot, back me up!
Leave it to me! Huh! My turn.
Okay, his crafts cannot unbalance. So...
Huh! Let's go!
An opening!
Let's go! Azure Cleaver! Ah! It's off balance!
There! My turn! Now! Let's keep it up, guys!
Understood!
Understood!
Huh! Now! Huh. Let's go!
An opening! Let's go!
Break is so broken. If you'll pardon the pun.
Keep it up!
Let's go!
You just keep building BP infinitely and deal ridiculous damage. At least until they recover.
Got it!
I must continue to train.
Yay, I did it!
I did it.
Everybody did it. Can we all agree?
Ooh, a treasure chest.
Venom Flame. Isn't that what Elliot currently has? Yeah, through Regulus. Strength plus 9. Okay. I guess I can replace Firebolt, since it's strictly better.
A powerful foe. Ready yourselves.
Let's go
I
full
don't even
force!
feel like fighting you right now.
What a beautiful view.
Yeah, even the forest is picture perfect. So this is where they grew up.
Yep. I was half expecting to take a photo for Vivi, and then, you know, cause some sort of problem, shall we say. I don't think they would very much appreciate that. The government, that is. Hey, no photos in the village that doesn't exist, please. Hummel Village. We're here. Feels bad. We're here at last. Yes, the place wiped from the Empire's maps 14 years ago. Seems like the thing about the landslide really was a lie. Let's go inside. Yeah. Can I rest at the ornament station first? Hummel. The village where Joshua and that idiot were born. No, don't break it. Use it. Dumb agate. Okay, enough to open one more slot. Actually, maybe two more. I had a lot of fire. Just kind of checking what everybody has before I make a decision. I could open two 100 slots. And then I will be completely out. Unless there's a specific element I can open on somebody. But I don't think I have enough of whatever I would need. Nope. Nobody has a wind or earth slot that needs opening. Alright, boys. In we go. To the village where it all started. The first tragedy of modern history that we're aware of. Taking place 10 years before the start of Trails in the Sky 1. It feels, though... Do I sense higher elements? There seems to be that kind of haze here.
What is this? This place seems so sad.
Well, what do you expect? It's a place where the entire village was slaughtered. Yeah.
But
it's kind of sad.
Kind of beautiful in a way.
It must have been a lovely village at one point. Perhaps it's a sign the souls resting here are at peace.
I hope so. Yeah, I like to think of it that way. Joshua and Estelle, the bracers I mentioned before, they came here once. He's probably why the dead here can rest easy.
Joshua?
The one with a hell of a background. He's originally from Erebonia.
And he was from this village?
Yeah. I said there were 2 survivors, right? The other one was Enforcer number 2 of Ouroboros, Luve the Blade Lord.
A survivor joined Ouroboros?
Sarah said that name before.
As have other enforcers.
That's an interesting connection.
The tragedy of Hamel, of a place lost to destruction and slaughter 14 years ago. The perpetrators on the surface were a bunch of Jaeger dropouts. And the ones who hired them were officers in the Imperial Army.
Yep. They just wanted an excuse to go to war with Liberl.
What was that?
You heard him. Oh, suddenly we're not voiced anymore. Okay. Back then, the army was run almost entirely by nobles. But they started to get frustrated after seeing commoners rise through the ranks. So in order to make themselves look better, they tried going after war victories. They decided they'd conquer a small country to the south, Liberl. But they needed an excuse to start the war. They massacred a town near the border and made it look like it was done by Liberl's army. As retribution, they declared war on Liberl, and on the very same day sent an armored division led by a noble officer. The Imperial Army used their military power and trampled right over Liberl. They even had cavalry support from the provincial armies. The whole world thought that the Empire was about to completely conquer Liberl when A well-planned counterattack by the Liberlian army halted and completely drove back the Imperial army at the last minute. That's our boy Cassius. It was all thanks to a colonel in the Liberlian army, Cassius Bright. He planned a defensive strategy using newly developed high-speed airships and managed to divide and conquer the Imperial troops. But Erebonia is a big place. The Imperial army started gathering up more troops to throw at Liberl. But all of a sudden, a ceasefire treaty was signed between the two countries. With one condition: no one would ever mention the genocide of Hamel. That's so terrible. I think I remember the boss telling me when I was younger. There was a small town that got destroyed by pieces of trash who eventually got killed off by one by one. They were probably killed off to keep them quiet. And the noble officer who led the invasion. Yeah, he was given the death penalty after a top-secret military trial. At the same time, they came up with a convenient lie about Hamel to feed the public. They said it had been wiped out by a landslide and quietly took it off the map. That's the truth of this place. A painful truth. But now I understand why my dad and Marquis Higharms kept quiet about this place. I can see why it's not something to reveal to the public. Yeah, a country killing its own people as an excuse to attack another country. Then the government covering it up after the fact. It's simply too cruel and sad. Dude, the American in me is like, no, dude, fuck that. Tell everybody. This is some bullshit that can't be allowed to just, be swept under the rug. That's some crazy shit. Were people to find out, they would go into a panic regardless of social status. The Queen of Liberl had a real tough time with all this. She had to choose between the ceasefire treaty and the truth of Hamel. Ultimately, she chose to keep her people safe. I see. A decision the Empire forced on her. How about we go leave some flowers? Isn't Ouroboros supposed to be here? There should be a memorial in the back of the village. Yeah. Let's go. We should stay on our guard, though. Oh, saw that coming. Wait, why are you seeing these? Why did you see images of Joshua's background? That was... You saw images from Trails in the Sky, my dude. There's no doubt about it. But I've never been here before. Or is there some relation? Oh, is there some relation? Actually, I would like to know. A charred wooden sword lies on the ground. This is... It's a wooden practice sword. Looks like red oak. It's a little dirty, but it's not broken. Perhaps it belonged to that person you mentioned. Let's just let it be. A rusted tin dog and a rolling chick toy are half buried in the dirt. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that there were little kids here. This probably belonged to a boy. The chick might have belonged to an even younger boy. Yes, a toddler, most likely. So, he'd be about the same age as... Joshua, I guess? A burnt scrap of of a braided bracelet lies under some plants. Must have belonged to a girl. 14 years ago. I'm surprised it's still here. Yes, perhaps it was the goddess's pity. Yeah, rest in peace. I see. Could be hers. Now I'm not sure who you're talking about. Unless it's like Joshua's sister who died back then.
Just as we thought.
Knew it.
Can we lay these flowers, please, without you attacking us first? As I thought. Not to interrupt, but oh my god, finally, an RPG with crafting introduced a shop that allows you to buy some items instead of needlessly farming them. Nice. There was a game like that recently, I think, that I played. I remember remarking on it, but I don't remember what it was. Oh well, couldn't have been that important. There you are. Okay. Let's do it. What's up, girls? Paying respects to Luve. I'm surprised Shirley gives a shit. Duvali, I'm not too surprised by, but Shirley, this seems out of character for her.
Okay, your turn.
Hey, thanks.
Well, go ahead. We'll wait for you to leave the flowers.
You'll wait?
Thanks.
We shall dedicate these flowers then.
I'm just going to go ahead and say I don't trust Shirley not to stab us in the back. Duvali has a sense of honor. Shirley's a psychopath.
That broken sword was his.
Yes, the Kernviter. The Grandmaster gifted it to him. But it's lost its powers now. Seeing it again takes me back.
Lenhart the Blade Lord. I heard he was crazy strong. Seems
He
like
was pretty
McFirebro
strong,
liked him
yeah.
a lot too.
McFirebro.
Yes. The two of them spent a lot of time together.
Is that supposed to be... Is that McBurn, I guess?
Are you finished?
There are a lot of things I need to ask you about, including last night. But not here.
We can go to the spot in front of town. Should be okay to go at it there.
That's fine. You don't mind, right?
Nope, it's A-okay by me. Besides, the main attraction isn't even here yet.
Well, that bodes ill.
Alrighty then, let's go.
Main attraction?
This is the most respectful I've ever seen Shirley be.
What did she mean by that?
The second most respectful I've seen her be is when she helped us with a cat.
I haven't a clue. But we need to settle this matter all the same.
Aside from that, just pure insanity, 24/7.
I shall be direct. What is it you are trying to accomplish by disrupting this land's tranquility?
It seems like you've got enough courtesy to mourn the dead. So why are you using a place like this?
This is not the only village of its kind. There are more than enough villages outside the Empire that have been destroyed as well.
such as my hometown.
Huh?
But that's not important.
The dead are dead. The living have their own world to worry about. A world where we live, struggle, suffer, and die, feeling the joy and comfort of every moment spent in it. Well, let's get down to it, shall we? It's too bad Dolphy isn't here, but I got Sylphid and an A-rank bracer here to play with me, so this should be pretty fun.
Oh, great. She's getting turned on. I know these things.
The Red Constellation's military monsters.
And that appears to be a machine belonging to the Stahlritter.
Vanguard F2, Sleipnir. It's a state-of-the-art masterwork. I'm so good, we don't really need them. But I figure we might as well spice things up.
Again, I keep having to remind her that we kicked her ass twice in the second game. But she's still talking big.
It's 5 on 5.
All right. If we win, you're going to talk. You'll tell us what the Society is up to here after a year and a half of silence.
Do you really expect them to hold up that end of the bargain? I mean, I guess Duvalie might, but surely it would just be like, peace out.
Deal! Alright, Sylphid, let's settle what we started yesterday.
Just what I wanted to hear. Come, Ashen Awakener. Heavy Blade. You as well, daughter of Arsaid.
Hey, that rhymed.
Fine by me.
Bring it on, you damn pests!
May our duel be honorable.
Let's get at it! Now, prepare yourself.
Are you okay?
Thanks! Not on my watch!
Go!
Are you okay?
Thanks. Helpful.
Are you okay?
Thanks! Let's go!
What you learn in Cold Steel 3 on is that war is just an argument to these people. I guess that's pretty true. Let's see.
Get back! It's down!
Keep it up! I'll handle this.
Give them hell! Crimson Break!
Let's go! Break!
I broke something. I don't know what it was.
Calm as still water. Now! 7th slash! Fallen leaves!
I think it was the robot.
How real are you?
And now everything.
My turn. Get him!
An opening!
My turn. Huh. Let's go.
An opening!
Behold, the soul
Does
of
Radiant
Arsaid.
Phoenix Blade just hit the entire battlefield now? That's kind of crazy.
Radiant Phoenix
I
Blade!
wanted to reach 200, but I'm not quite gonna get there.
Let's finish this! Dragon Ball!
Not bad. But I'm gonna get serious now.
A little late for that, don't you think?
Hey, not bad. I'll show you an ogre's power.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Harmonize, Blue Orchestra.
Do that.
My turn.
Let's go, Testarossa. Time to pick up the pace.
Time for 70% damage reduction to put in work.
You're done. Bang!
Payback!
Are you okay?
Thanks.
Behold, the soul of our sage. Now! Ah!
Probably the best choice. Yeah, that's pretty much the only choice that would have resulted in me not dying.
Not on my watch!
Damn! Unforgivable.
Payback!
Impossible.
And we kicked your ass
Let's
again. Okie doke. So what are we looking at? 6,000 more HP. She's enhanced, and I'm terrified.
Arcus, activate! Yeah!
Thank you.
There.
Ugh.
Let's go!
Yeah, that's about right.
Let's go!
Let's finish this!
This probably isn't gonna kill, because her damage reduction goes up a lot when she's enhanced.
Dragon Ball!
For real?
Oh, it did break her though.
Damn it!
My turn.
I mean, he died in the process, but worth.
Please, hear my song.
Thanks!
Thank you.
Ha!
Thank you.
My turn.
Ooh! Breaking gets rid of their enhanced status. That is extremely valuable knowledge.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Thanks.
Damn. Unforgivable.
Let's go! It's down!
Keep it up. Behold, the soul of our sage. Now! Ah! Radiant Phoenix Blade!
Not bad.
That was pretty easy, actually.
I swear upon my sword, evil will not prevail.
Probably only because I went super hyper offensive from the get-go. I could definitely see how that battle could snowball quickly. Nice.
All right, got it!
I must continue to train.
Yay, I did it!
I did it.
Not bad! I should have expected as much from someone who's reached mastery of the Arcade School.
It seems you have improved your skills as well.
I still haven't reached her level.
That heavy blade guy's pretty good. And that musician support isn't bad either. But... Hey, Ashen guy. Why are you holding back? Need some help?
I won't let you.
One of the Constellation snipers!
Well, hi there.
Damn it!
Alex, more Stall Ritter.
Are they the Stall Ritter?
The ones that are, more tolerable than Dooley.
The other members.
She's the best one.
I am called Ines the Stout. It is an honor to meet the successor of the Arcade School.
I'm Anea the Sharp. Thank you for playing with our dear Duvali.
Don't treat me like a child! There's no need to be courteous to the Arcade girl.
You were being courteous to her. What are you talking about? Gareth the Blitz.
Regimental Commander Gareth of the Red Constellation. I've come to assist the young miss.
Oh yeah, Gareth was in the Crossbell games too, wasn't he? I remember Randy talking to him.
Man, Daddy always worries too much. But whatever. We're back to 5-on-5. It seems like our enemy is just sitting around checking us out, so we may as well get to killing.
Very well. If we're lucky, we may even meet the conditions to start it up.
Enemy? She's not talking about us?
The conditions to start what?
That's a good question. Huh?
Whoopsie!
Whoopsie! Well, that's a reaction to getting axed in the ass.
That voice! Is that Ash from Class 8?
We're here too.
Let's
Y'all
go.
are in big trouble, you know that, right? Well, I guess we can talk about that later.
Ugh, damn hatchlings.
Smack. In the face.
Black Rabbit, you're here?
Long time no see.
Altina! Kurt! Yuna! Stop! You need to get back!
We won't. You told me I needed to find what lies beyond. I spent my life wishing I was more like my father and brother. I watched as my purpose was taken away. It's possible I'm wrong.
Shut up, Reen.
As far as I'm concerned, this is what lies beyond.
Kurt.
Guys, you just started school. Even Reen and company wouldn't have been crazy enough to straight up go up against Ouroboros in their first year, would they?
We understand this is a violation of orders. However,
they would have.
since we received valuable information, we came to offer support.
That didn't happen.
After all, special ops missions require us to make judgment calls depending on the situation.
That's...
Allie, you too.
I forget, did the battle against Blue Blanc and Altina happen in the first or second game? When they fought them at the Watchtower in Nord. I think that was second, yeah.
Sorry we went against your orders, Instructor Reen. But don't you remember? You said it yourself. You told us to find an identity for our class that's all our own. We may not have skill or resolve yet, but we decided among the three of us that we'd come and help.
You guys!
This is most definitely a Class 7.
I mean, it's all well and good until they die because they're too weak.
Pretty funny to see Reen on the other end of one of his own speeches.
Ugh. What's with all this schmaltzy drivel?
Oh, come on. They're having fun. It would have been great to just really go at it with everyone. But maybe now that the situation's nice and warmed up, it'll work.
What will work?
Whoa there, little Miss Warcrime. Don't go getting any ideas.
That's the best nickname for Shirley I could have ever imagined.
You seem like you might be a real monster, but I'm not just gonna sit by and let you do whatever you want.
You seem fun. Even though you're in a Panzer Soldat, you haven't let your guard down.
Well, I'm told the armor's a bit thinner than a tank's. And thanks to your little lesson the other day, I know taking a shot from a Panzerfaust is no good. So thanks for that. Not planning on taking any hits from that crazy-looking weapon of yours either.
Oh, I bet Daddy would like you. But can you buzz off for now?
Why, you?
What? You mean shouting at her to not press the button didn't stop her from pressing the button? That's a beefy dude. The frick is that?
What in the world?
Is that another archaism?
No. It's like a divine knight, but not. Super Dreadnought class archaism. Okay, I guess it is. Ion type.
It's enormous.
Whatever Greek letter that is.
Looks even bigger than a Goliath.
An Ion. This is the newest model the machine crossbow had during their bid for independence. The one that destroyed the entire 5th Armored Division.
This is the thing Estelle and them fought? How's it moving without a Septarian?
Yay! It's a huge success! Now to see how many of its functions will work. Huh?
Guess you're up, huh?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
There's no way we can allow them to let this thing loose.
Very well. I shall leave this to you.
Agate's question is actually really pertinent. How does that thing have enough energy to run without a Septarian powering it?
Looking forward to seeing him again.
Could it be?
Heed my call! Valimar, the Ashen Knight!
Acknowledged.
Hey, he still says the thing. I thought he was too human to say that anymore, and I would have been sad.
Hey, it's moving on its own.
Yep, it does that.
Hey, what's going on?
Valimar! Did Reen call for you?
Indeed. It seems a powerful enemy has appeared. The students are there with them. You should all make your way there as well.
Amazing! So this is the power of the Chosen One's night.
I'd heard stories, but seeing it firsthand is pretty crazy.
You wonder about most is while Reen's standing there with his arm up in the air. Why no one ever just shoots him? Well, because it's anime. You have to let people do their, big epic things.
I didn't expect it to have such mobility.
Major Irving, Instructor Randolph. We should contact the RMP and the Provincial Army. Let's ask them to watch this place so we can all head to the scene.
What? Huh. Roger that.
I like how Michael's starting to realize how little control he actually has here.
Instructor Reen's
The Ashen Knight.
Sorry, this school is Reen and Toa's plaything,
Damn.
apparently.
It came flying here all the way from camp.
Oh, wow! So this is the Divine Night I've heard so much about.
It's here, but we planned for this too.
Not being able to use spirit unification might be a problem, though.
That thing destroyed an entire armored division.
Whatever you do, be careful.
Acknowledged. This will be our first battle together in some time. Further, the opponent seems to be quite powerful.
Yeah, I can sense a strange flow of power in it. It's different from a Panzer Soldat, or even a Divine Knight. Let's start by seeing what it can do.
Acknowledged.
Reduce the enemy's HP to 80%? That's the goal? Oh dear. Ouroboros is trying to destroy the world, but they'll happily wait while their enemy is summoning a robot for 5 minutes. Because fights are just a difference of opinion. Shooting someone before they summon their mech would be like shoving someone out a door instead of listening to them, right? Wait, you mean that's not how arguments work? You're not supposed to shove people out of doors? Oh dear.
Let's go!
Alright. No idea how much HP it has. A lot. But, it's actually weak to everything if I have anything that hits weaknesses, but I don't think I do. Alright. Left arm, right arm, buddy. Oh, I can't actually target its head. I guess its head is too small. Its body is just ginormous.
Sit! Now! An opening!
Punch to the face. Why are you holding your dick in my direction? Please stop that. I do not want.
Now! An opening!
Giga's hammer. That's not too bad.
Sit!
Let's go!
Sit! Now!
I don't think I can use the ultimate skill yet, so finisher's still my strongest move. Or because it's twice my size and I can't reach it. Hey, I can fly! I just, for some reason, usually choose not to.
I'm up!
Now, bring it on! Take this! It's down! An opening!
Let's go!
Sit! It's down! An opening!
Power diminishing. Use of spirit charge advised.
And don't worry, we got this.
Now, bring it on! Take this!
It's my turn!
It's down! Enlightened domination!
I did it! Is that all?
Pretty impressive against that huge thing.
However, it seems this foe is on a completely different level.
It has unbelievable mass and armor.
But it seems like that's not all.
If only there was something we could do.
It's made of an alloy developed by the Society. Herdeligan 2.
What now?
But it's strange that a blade made of Zemurian ore can't cut through it.
Darn it! It's too much for him! There's no way he can beat that gigantic thing all by himself!
Don't worry, that won't be on the test. Good. Because I already forgot what it was.
That's it!
Kurt!
Duraludon or something, right?
Damn it. Are you okay?
Yeah, just got the wind knocked out of me. Since it wasn't a direct hit, the machine itself shouldn't be too damaged. Hate to say it, but I gotta leave it to you.
What?
Are you going to...
Yeah, I got it. Something's wrong. How can it be this hard? I heard these things had abnormal powers during the Crossbell incident, but...
It would appear there is a mysterious power flowing through the machine. Were we to break the flow somehow?
Allow me to help. That voice! Kurt! Kurt, get back! This isn't the kind of opponent a Panzer Soldat can handle!
Listen to the smart teacher.
I know that, but I can't just stand by. This land means so much to me. I need to do whatever I can to protect it, and find my own path ahead. Please accept my help, and the Sword of the Vanders.
Kurt!
And then he gets punched. And falls over. And Reen would be like, I told you.
Is this a combat link?
Also, mechs can link now?
This feeling... It's coming through the Arcus.
Just like during the Civil War.
Everybody's linking. What the hell?
No, it feels even stronger now.
Even the students from the new Class 7.
Whoa! The heck's going on?
We'll talk later. Right now, we take this thing down. We need to determine what strange power is flowing through it and cut it off. Understood.
Yeah, you're gonna get a talking to. It will come. About partners. New unique actions can be performed by each combatant's partner through Valamar's power. One partner may be paired to each combatant before the battle begins. The partner chosen to be in the first slot will receive both parameter bonuses and link experience. The partners can also be changed during the battle itself. Okay, cool. So it's less restrictive than it used to be. Hey, I'm back to full. Let's go. I guess Morning Moon's gonna be a little less overpowered now that enemies can target something other than Valimar, huh? Accumulating 5 Brave points and unbalancing the enemy will allow you to use a very powerful Unity attack. Yep, it's their ults.
It's my turn!
Sit! Now! An opening!
Very well.
Well, it's not going to impede.
Yeah.
Alright, so this is pretty much
My
all the
turn.
same as it used to be. Gives CP and big strength boost. Nice.
Yeah.
Since you can see who they're targeting, it's still very
It's
nice.
my turn.
Oh, yeah, right. I forgot about that. That is a thing in mech battles. Okay, so it's targeting him. Hey, stop it.
Let's go. Yeah. It's down. It's mine.
Let's go.
Let's see, Sonic Burst, speed up, and Shadow Rise inflicts speed down on enemies. Also, I think it's Time Elemental, so lots of damage. Ow. No squeeze. Rude.
Very well. There! It's down. It's mine.
Power diminishing. Use of spirit charge advised.
We're still fine.
Get back! It's down! An opening!
Let's go! Yeah!
My turn.
Yeah!
It's working. Let us push through.
Spirit! It's my turn.
Sit! Now! An opening!
My turn! Ha!
This is a little dangerous, what I'm trying to do here.
Very well. Let's go.
Okay, it's cool. He's not being targeted anyway. Well, the only thing that hasn't had a significant weakness so far is the left arm, and that's a new stance I'm not used to, so...
Yeah! It's down!
Bingo!
Kurt! Understood.
Get back!
There!
Starball slash!
Let's go.
Nice.
Very well. It's down. It's mine. Let's go.
Sit! Now! An opening!
My turn! Take this!
Let's go. There! It's down. It's mine.
Power diminishing. Use of spirit charge advised.
Yeah, I think we can pull through.
Enlightened domination!
GG! That's pretty cool.
We'll keep going for a brighter tomorrow!
I can only assume that that thing was nowhere near full power, because it should not be able to be brought down by a Divine Knight and one Panzer Soldat. That's kind of ridiculous. I kind of get the feeling that was more of a test run for that than, you know, full deployment.
Function shutdown confirmed. It seems the strange power has vanished.
They did it!
Well done.
Yeah, you worked well together.
I'm glad. The new Class 7's a good group.
What was that power?
So it seems the experiment is over.
Well, it wasn't too bad for a first run, don't you think?
Not bad at all. Seems like the timing was good too.
Hold it right there, Shirley.
Is that Randy? It is. I see the weapon.
Randy!
You came.
Yeah, the others are on their way too. Your playtime's over. Might as well give up now.
Ugh, how cheeky.
I'm still a bit peckish, but I guess I'll just have to save it for another time.
Hey, we had a deal, remember?
You'll come join the party next time, won't you? Jaeger King?
What?
The hell?
Ah, so you noticed after all.
Isn't the Jaeger King supposed to be dead?
When did he?
It's that guy!
The symbol on their jackets.
I see. So you are affiliated with them.
Trapmaster Zeno. Leonidas the Behemoth. That's appropriate.
Hey there, long time no see, Black Rabbit. War God Jr.
I believe it has been 6 years or so.
Zephyr, what are you doing here? Wait, you're...
Haha! Looks like we got all the movers and shakers in one spot. What are the odds? Good to see you again, little missy. Sorry I couldn't be your opponent today.
Well, the experiment's over, so whatever. But for real, what are you still doing walking around? I saw you and Uncle Balder kill each other with my own 2 eyes!
Is that...
Fee's adoptive father, who passed away 3 years ago.
Well, clearly not.
The boss of Zephyr?
So, what the hell's going on? Rutger Klossel, the Jaeger King.
Yep, that's me. Name's Rutger.
Rutger, okay.
Nice to meet all of you fine young men and women. And Fee, glad to see you're doing well.
Why? You died.
We all made a grave. Zeno, Leo, what's going on?
Well, it's not like we were trying to trick you or anything, you know? There's just a lot of complicated stuff going on right now.
I'm gonna need a little more to go on than that.
This is one of the reasons we disappeared after leaving you. Also why we cooperated with Duke Cayenne and the Noble Alliance. It was at the request of our true employer.
Zephyr was hired to do more than just help the nobles during the Civil War?
You may still be a pipsqueak, but I can tell you've grown a lot. Being a bracer's still a bit on the shady side. Hell of a lot better than being a Jaeger, though, that's for sure.
Wait, what's shady about being a bracer? Huh?
I'll need to remember to thank that purple lightning gal someday.
Boss? It's really you. Why?
How? What's going on?
Looking for Sarah, huh? How about I just take you with me to the Bracer Guild? That way you can thank her in person. Heck, we can have ourselves a nice long chat while we're there.
Ha! It's kind of you to offer, young man. Think I'd rather not get involved with the guild, though. But hey, this job will take me here and there, so I'm sure I'll see you around.
So, about that true employer.
He jumped?
Who might you be referring to?
That sound.
What? Is that a Divine Knight?
Another enemy?
Why is it transparent?
It's fast.
Kurt! Instructor Randolph!
Got it.
Yes!
The fuck's going on here?
Clown Soleus!
I think we might be a little outgunned here. Slightly.
Unbelievable. That looks like
a purple divine knight.
You sure weren't the war god's rival for nothing. Hey, play with me next time.
You got it. Pete, Ashen Kid. See you next time.
I don't want there to be a next time. Stay dead.
Later.
You'd best be prepared for next time we meet.
Hold it!
I don't think we're gonna stop them, dude.
How laid back can they possibly get?
It seems we've got a worthy opponent.
Indeed. I eagerly await our next encounter.
Now, if you'll excuse us, Branch Campus, bracers.
Our reclamation of the Phantasmal Blaze plan has only begun.
And with it, the battle between us and them. Sit quietly in your crib as you watch.
Well, if their opponent is Ouroboros, then they're not being employed by Ouroboros, so I can only guess they're being employed by Osborne.
They disappeared.
Some kind of transportation art.
And if not that, then some other group that I don't know about yet.
Fee.
I really don't know what to say.
I'm glad you were able to meet your dad again.
Of course, that raises some questions.
Yeah. To bring back the boss? I didn't think Zeno and Leo meant what they said at the Infernal Castle so literally. Now I have a new goal. That's more than enough.
I'm glad to hear it.
Instructor Reen, everyone, are you all right?
Nice! Looks like Class 7's okay.
You're late.
Ash, what in the world were you thinking? Wait! Don't run ahead!
We need to check the area first.
They said it had only begun. We need to make sure we're ready.
Yeah, all of us. Both the old Class 7 and the new Class 7.
This is just what happened in the first chapter. I feel like I need to add that. You know, kind of highlight that. What the hell are we in for? I'm scared. Afterwards, the students from the branch campus arrived, and the post-mission work was taken care of. After making the students promise to never speak of it, the story of what happened 14 years ago was shared with them. Great. I mean, we trusted Toa and Major Michael with it, but we're gonna trust the students? I think a few of them might have some loose lips. With Agate's help, the archaisms were cleared out from the abandoned road. Also, everyone's paying their respects. Hey, even Tita! She gets the chance. Nice. That's good feels.
I let it slide earlier, but you all ignored my explicit orders.
Alright, time for the yelling.
I did tell you to decide among yourselves how to proceed, but I also told you your mission work was finished as of yesterday. Not to mention, you went AWOL from training and stole a Panzer Soldat for unauthorized use. If you were actual soldiers, you'd be in front of a court-martial right now.
That's true.
We have no rebuttal.
This is all my fault. I will take full responsibility.
What? Hold up there!
We're all responsible for this.
Yeah, also bring Muse and Ash into this responsibility blame game too.
Don't you think that's enough?
We disobeyed orders all the time when we were students.
Like when all those Panzer Soldats came and attacked Thor's.
Got ya.
Instructor?
I don't mean to justify our actions, but
I believe the saying is, what goes around comes around.
This is a different matter entirely. As long as I'm your instructor, I can't overlook what you did. You were lucky this time, but next time might be different.
That's...
You're right.
Your timing was spot on, though.
Eh?
You took advantage of the opening Ash's Panzer Soldat created to fend off the Stahlritter. Then afterwards, you checked on Ash and quickly swapped out pilots. I'm impressed. I'd say you learned a lot from your classes and exercises.
Oh.
Oh, and Kurt, that assist was perfect. I could really see how much you've been developing your swordsmanship in your own unique way.
Thank you.
You got lost with Class 7 and just sort of ended up here?
Is that really what he's going with? Oh, I don't know how this happened. It's just kind of happened. Yeah, okay.
You really think I'm dumb enough to believe that, Load?
Man, doing field exercises in the great outdoors here sure is dangerous. Lots of
He's
twists
really
and
going
turns,
with it.
you know?
Okay.
My bad. I'll be more careful next time.
Uh-huh.
If it was just Class 7, it'd be one thing. But how did you guys even find out about this place anyway?
A certain other quote-unquote student that is definitely a plant for somebody else.
Well, gotta get back to helping Class 8. See you later, Teach.
I was out for a walk with my Panzer Soldat and we got lost in the forest. You know, as you do. I don't understand the questions.
Hey! Ugh, what is he thinking? Anyway, the Jaeger King. Could have sworn he died with my old man. The hell's going on here?
This smell. The buildings.
Hmm?
No doubt about it now. That day, 14 years ago.
Hmm?
Maybe I can finally get some damn closure now.
Wait, is he gonna turn out to be a third Hummel survivor? I don't know, we'll just have to leave it at that for now.
Yes. From Estelle, Joshua, and Ren. Ren really seemed to like Louve a lot. So I made her a promise before I left.
I see. Hope the three of them can come here together one day.
So ends the first round. I wonder, how will the board play out from here?
In before Muse is the Grandmaster, confirmed. That would be hilarious. Field exercises final day.
Laura, Fee, Elliot, thank you all so much. You too, Agate.
Don't mention it. I'm just glad I was able to cover for Sarah. I got to go visit the place I wanted and even see the branch campus in action. Though I still feel it's a bit too dangerous to leave a certain someone here.
Hey, she has a Gundam.
I can't really blame you.
And orbital lasers. She has those two things.
Honestly, we've got no excuses.
Come on, Agate. You don't need to worry about me. Stop treating me like a child.
All right. I admit, you're pretty good at getting yourself through a scrape. But the second crap really starts to hit the fan around here, I'm grabbing her and heading straight home.
Do you not consider what just happened crap hitting the fan? What's your threshold for that exactly?
Hope you understand.
Agate?
Oh god, now all the girls are gonna start talking.
How bold.
Pretty lovey-dovey, if you ask me.
Oh, that's not it. I made a promise to her parents.
Understood. We'll do our best to make sure that doesn't have to happen.
As her homeroom instructor, I'll help her out too.
The same goes for me.
Is it just me, or is Toa even tinier than Tita? Maybe it's just a perspective.
This will be farewell for the time being.
Yeah, it's kind of sad to think that, though.
We've each got our own goals. I'm sure we'll meet again soon.
Fee will work for the guild while she searches for Zephyr. Laura will travel to training halls across the country while searching for clues.
I'll also try to look into things while I'm on tour. Between what we heard at Dreknor Fortress and the other stuff that's happened, I've got a bad feeling.
I don't know what you're talking about. Things seem to be going great.
I'll let you all know if I find anything out.
Yeah, same here. Ouroboros is on the move again, and that gigantic ion. On top of that, the Red Constellation and Zephyr are active too.
Don't know where they got it, but that purple thing looked an awful lot like a Divine Knight.
And if Zephyr's boss is piloting that would make him the Chevalier of it. Which is scary as hell.
Seems like they're fighting Ouroboros too.
Or rather, whoever hired them were the ones at odds with the Society.
I still think it's Osborn.
It would appear there's a connection we've yet to uncover.
Yeah, we should keep that in mind while we collect info.
Amazing!
Dang. You guys put the guild to shame with teamwork like that.
You got even more members than this in your group, right?
If you include Instructor Sarah, there are 7 more of them.
Man, compared to that...
We still have a long way left to go.
I do detect a difference in experience level.
Come on, guys. Don't worry about that.
You saved us when we were in a pinch.
You also backed Rena up with that Panzer Soldat. And don't forget, we all linked with each other.
I am eager to see more of the Vander School's dual blade style, as well as your class's future accomplishments. As fellow members of Class 7, we'll be counting on you.
Really?
Understood.
Thanks.
Please be careful, Agate. Promise me you won't push yourself too hard, like you did with the ancient dragon, okay?
Now, you know he can't promise that. That's kind of Agate's thing, to be honest.
Why are you bringing up old stories like that? You be sure to look out for yourself, too.
How much longer are you all going to chit-chat?
As long as we please. Thank you very much.
It's time. We need to leave.
He's such a stick in the mud. No, bring Laura and Fee back, please. Damn it. Do I at least get the accessories I had equipped to them? In quartz? I would imagine so. The other games did things like that. Chapter 1 Reunion. End.
Your rank has increased.
Nice. We're almost not a failure. Let's go.
Here's your reward.
Ooh. How nice. Elliot could just stay behind. Well, is Elliot Emma? Then yes. Should be
The top
67.
score.
Yep.
Excellent.
Top class. Thanks. Updated copy of Black Records. Nice. Photo of Annabelle. Nice. Alright, well, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to have to end it for me today. Bunch of shit happened. We found out that Hamel was now part of the story. And they're reviving an ion in Hamel, which we temporarily disabled, but I'm sure they'll be back with something worse. This is only chapter 1, after all. But, yeah, to continue on from here, I'm going to be picking this back up again tomorrow. Bravely Default 2s Friday and Saturday. But, for now, I'm going to bid everybody a good night. And so, as always, thank you all very much for watching. And I'll see you next time. Peace out, my dudes.